where shadows fall. We're breaking down barriers, answering the call. Voices of the silenced echo through the night. We shine the light on truth, making wrongs right. Justice, watch, we see it clear. Overviewing the system, no need to fear. Breaking down the laws, talking truth all day. On Justice Watch, shall we pave the way? From the court to the street, every voice counts. We're digging through the noise, making sense of doubt. With courage in our hearts and fire in our eyes, we seek the hidden truths and expose the lies. Justice, watch, we see it clear. Overviewing the system, no need to fear. Breaking down the laws, talking truth all day. On Justice Watch, shall we pave the way?
right, good morning, folks. We're here in State of Florida versus Ellen Gilland, 2023-300352 CFDB. And would counsel state your appearances, starting with counsel for the state?
Mark Angelicchio for the state.
Matt Fair on behalf of Ms. Gilland.
Good morning, Ashley Parker on behalf of Ms. Gilland.
Okay, and I see Ms. Gilland is seated next to you all. All right, so before we get started, I just want to remind everybody that's here in the audience, as well as those of you in the front of the courtrooms, please silence your cell phones. Don't put them in vibrate mode. Turn them either off or silence them completely. And I want to let everybody know that this obviously is a courtroom, and so no outbursts of any sort will be tolerated later on or at any point during the proceeding. If there are any expressions like that, then that will be grounds for having you removed from the courtroom. So today we're set for sentencing. Ms. Gilland had previously entered a plea of no contest to the charges of count 1, assisting self-murder / manslaughter, count 2, aggravated assault with a firearm, count 3, aggravated assault with a firearm, and count 4, aggravated assault of a law enforcement officer with a firearm. My understanding is that the state has waived the minimum mandatory with respect to the charge of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a firearm. That would typically be a charge for which there's a 3-year minimum mandatory. The state has agreed to waive that. The state has also agreed to waive the sentencing guidelines. Is that correct, Mr. Angelicchio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. So I have reviewed the charging affidavit. The only part of the charging affidavit that I have is the 2-page narrative. I assume there's a lot of supplements that were with that, but this is all I have in my file. I reviewed the defendant's sentencing memorandum. I believe there were 55 or so letters of support that were attached to that. I've reviewed all of that as well. And let's go ahead and get started. So, Mr. Angelicchio, I'm sorry.
There were some additional letters that we also received just recently that we filed. And I apologize to the court, but we filed those letters yesterday, I believe. I think there's an additional supplemental letters of support. I just want the court to consider those letters as well.
Okay, I will do that. I will pull it up and review it this morning. Thank you. Who's your first witness, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. State will be calling Hector Araponte.
Please step forward, raise your right hand, be sworn. Please always swear to work or that testimony shall be true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please raise yourself, sit close to the microphone.
You can proceed.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hi, my name is Hector Araponte.
All right, and can you just spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Hector. Last name is Aponte.
All right, and Mr. Araponte, what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. And back in 2023, where were you working?
I was working in Select Medical Hospital.
All right, and what was your role at Select Medical Hospital?
I was a bedside nurse.
All right, and what exactly are the duties of a bedside nurse?
The duties are to do hourly roundings, provide medications for the patient, cleaning, helping with nutrition and all that stuff.
All right, and where is the Select Specialty Hospital located?
It's located in the 11th floor in AdventHealth Hospital.
Okay, and how many rooms are there, do you recall, in that section of the hospital?
In that section of the hospital, there's about, if I can remember correctly, like 32.
All right, and what kind of patients come into your section of the hospital?
Most of the patients comes from the ICU. It's a step-down unit to relieve them from the intubation and so on and so forth, so they can go to rehab.
And on January 21st, were you working that day?
Yes.
All right, and what were your responsibilities that day?
My responsibility were to take care of 5 patients that day. And one of the patients was Mrs. Evans' husband.
Jerry Gilland?
Yes.
All right. Now, that morning, Did something draw your attention? Did a sound alert you?
Yes, when I was documenting my hourly roundings, I heard a huge like bam or like somebody fell, and that alerted me. And I was very close to the room, so I entered the room. And when I entered the room, I saw that she was pointing the gun at me, and the patient had a pillow on his head.
Let me slow you down. So how far away from the room 1106 were you?
Not too far away, because the computer was just across the room, so it was right there next to me, but I was outside of the room.
All right. And when you first heard that loud noise, did you think it was a gunshot?
At first I thought somebody fell, because it was a huge bam, like a huge sound. It didn't sound to me like a gunshot. I just felt like somebody fell to the floor from the bed.
And when you walked into the room initially, what did you first do?
When I first get into the room, I put my gloves on and asked, like, do you need any help? What's going on? And then when I stopped close to the sink, I saw that the patient head was covered with a pillow, and when I realized Mrs. Ellen was pointing a gun at me.
All right. Do you see the individual that was pointing a gun at you in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
All right. Can you please identify where she's located? Right there. Now, you're saying she pointed this gun at you. Can you describe the gun?
It's a black gun, small. That's all I can remember. I don't know much about guns. It seemed like a revolver, but it was just black.
All right. And when you looked over at her and she had this gun pointed at you, first of all, was she making eye contact with you?
She did.
All right. Was she pointing the gun? Where was the gun pointed in relation to your body?
It was very directly at me. I'm not sure which part, but I think like right here.
All right. Now, did she say anything to you?
She told me to get out of the room like multiple times, and I was in a state of shock, so it took me a while to get out of the room. And when I came to, I just did what she told me to do. I got out of the room and I went to the nurse station, and I told my colleagues that she had a gun. There's a person with a gun. We have to call the code firearm.
All right. Now, from leaving the room, telling your coworkers that they need to call the code for an active shooter, where do you proceed to go?
So we all proceed to run, hide, or get out of the hospital. So we just run to the closest closed room, which is the medicine room, which is only by badge to get entered and coding.
All right. Now, had you been previously taught about active shooter scenarios at the hospital?
Yes.
And were you following that protocol?
Yes.
Taking you back to the room, though, when she pointed that gun at you, how did you feel?
Terrified. Terrified completely. I thought that I was gonna die.
Did she make any threats towards you?
She just said that she didn't want to hurt me, but I just needed to get out of the room for her.
And when you exited the room and you went to this other room that you hid in, who was in that room with you?
In that room was the secretary, 2 techs, 2 CNAs, and another nurse with me in that room.
When you guys got into this room that you described as kind of like this locked door, what did you do once you guys got in that room?
So by protocol, we have to, we needed to move the fridge that we had to the door, so that way nobody can enter the room if the person with the firearm gets a badge or the code to get into the room. So we just have to block all the entrances.
All right. Now, once you guys had sealed off that room, what did you do?
So in those specific rooms, we have like walkie-talkies, and we can contact the administrator from AdventHealth and our boss as well.
Now, how were you reacting once you had gotten into that room?
So we're all in a state of shock, anxiety built up. I was crying, a bunch of anxiety went through my head.
How long, if you recall, were you sealed off in that room?
Whole 12 hours.
Now, since this incident occurred over at the hospital, do you still work there?
No.
Why not?
I got a new job in Miami. Basically because I earned more, but I just didn't want to do anything with my previous job either.
All right, and why didn't you want to do anything with your previous job?
Just with the circumstances that happened, I really didn't feel safe anymore, so I just needed to find other places to go.
Now, what occurred back on January 21st, does that still play in your mind?
Yes. It does, mostly at night sometimes. I got nightmares. I do go to a psychologist, and she helps me out with it.
Now, having been through that ordeal, what would you like to see the court impose as a sentence in this case?
Guilty, and she needs to go to prison.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can proceed, Mr. Perry.
Good morning, Mr. Araponte.
Good morning.
Were you Mr. Gilland's nurse?
Yes, that day, yes.
Okay, but were you his nurse in prior days as well?
No, only that day.
Only that day. So you're not aware of his medical condition at all?
Well, yes, because we get a report with every new nurse that comes every shift.
Okay. Are you aware that he had multiple organ failures?
Yes, I was aware.
Are you aware of the various ulcers that were on his back?
Yes, I was aware.
Okay. May I approach with this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Araponte, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification. Apple, sorry. Take a look at these photographs. Mr. Araponte, have you had a chance to review what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit A for identification?
Yes.
Are those photographs fair and accurate photographs of Mr. Gilland as you recognize him to be your patient at the time?
Yes.
We move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll come in as defense one.
Mr. Araponte, can you tell the court in your own words what those pictures reveal as it relates to Mr. Gilland?
So these pictures are bed ulcers that we also take care in the facility in select specialty. By viewing them, they were progressing.
Progressing meaning getting worse.
No, getting better in a way, slowly. Because I used to do wound care also.
Okay. So it's your testimony that Mr. Gilland's, the ulcers to his, that are on his back, right?
Mhm.
Right above his butt area.
Mhm.
It's your testimony he was getting better.
Yes, but slowly. The reason with wound care takes a process of time to heal the wound. When I do wound care in select specialty, I've seen the progress in wound care, but to be completely healed, it just take a lot. It takes.
Mr. Gilland, Miss Gilland's they're
No, she was standing
she was standing up
next to him. Yes.
next to her husband?
Yes.
Okay. When you were in that room, she never made any specific threats to take your life, right?
No, she just told me to get out.
And, well, she told you the opposite too. She said she did not want to hurt you, right?
She did say that. Yes.
Okay. She requested for you to leave the hospital room, right?
Yes.
And it took you some time to leave the hospital room, right?
Correct.
How long did it take you?
I'll say 5 minutes.
Okay. So you stayed in that hospital room with Miss Gilland's husband, for approximately 5 minutes after the incident occurred, right?
Yes.
Okay. And during those 5 minutes, at no time did she ever threaten to take your life, right?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Araponte, did she keep a gun pointed at you that entire time?
Yes.
Were you terrified?
Yes.
What was going through your mind as you sat there for 5 minutes with a gun pointed at you?
I just thought that I was going to die at that moment.
She never put it down or put it to the side, did she?
No. No, she did not. She just kept pointing.
I'm sorry?
She just kept pointing at me.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can sit down, sir.
Thank you.
Who's the state's next witness?
Sharica Dangelo.
Please step forward and raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give this body is the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please follow me. Once you're stepping up and sit close to the left.
All right. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
And my name is Sharica Dangelo.
All right. Can you spell your first and last name?
Sharica, Shieirica, D'Angelo, Dangelo.
All right. And Ms. D'Angelo, where do you work?
I'm the secretary, so I'm at the nurse's station at all times.
At Select Specialty?
Select specialty, yes.
All right. And how long have you held that position?
4 years now.
Now, your desk where you sit, where is it in location to room 1106?
It is literally like right across that a little bit, so I can see the room.
And what are your normal hours of work back then?
It's always been 8 to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Now, did you become familiar with Miss Gilland during the treatment of her husband, Jerry Gilland?
Yes.
And is it common for you to become familiar with the patients and their families as they are being cared for by Select Specialty?
Yes, I'm usually like the first point everyone comes in. I'm like the communication between family members, nurses, doctors, everyone.
All right. Now, how would you describe yours or your staff's interactions that they've had with Miss Gilland?
As far as the staff's interactions with Ms. Gilland, I always heard complaints about she was never happy or satisfied with the care that was given to Mr. Gilland. And there were issues where she was arguing with the nurses that were trying to care for him. And there was an instance where she had, I believe, put her hands on one of the nurses, and she was told that if she did it again, she would be removed and wouldn't be able to visit her husband.
Okay. And is that information shared amongst staff so you're aware of potential security concerns?
Yes, it is.
Now, where were you positioned when you, as you heard, Mr. Araponte heard the loud bang and entered room 1106?
I was sitting at the desk, and it was a few of us at the desk, but I was sitting at the desk like I always do, and we heard a loud bang. We assumed that she had fell in the room or knocked something over. At the time, Hector was sitting outside of the room it's like a little desk right next to the room with his computer, and we looked at him and said, "Is she okay?" And he said, "I'll get up and go check." So he went into the room. He was in there for probably about five minutes. As he came out, his hands were up like this, and he was walking backwards, and then he turned around and faced us and started walking towards us, and he looked like a ghost, like his face went white. He was very just out of it, and he came towards me, and he said, he was just like shaking and stuff, and he sat down. It was like a little corner next to my area, and he sat in that corner, and he just was like spaced out. And I said, "Hector, what's wrong? Are you okay? Is she okay?" And he said, "She has a gun," because we did hear yelling when he went in the room. We heard her saying something like, "Get out," but we couldn't make it completely out. We heard her saying something like, "Get out, get out." So when he came out looking like he looked, and then he sat over in the corner, we asked him what was going on, if he was okay, and it took him a minute, and then he said that she had a gun. She had a gun. He just kept saying that over and over and over, and then I was like, "Are you serious? Like a gun?" And he was like, "Yes." And everyone kind of was in a state of shock at that moment. Everyone that was at the nurse station, including myself, was in a state of shock. It took us a minute to realize what was going on and where we were at, and I proceeded to pick up the phone to call and put the code through that we needed security because there was an active shooter. Everyone took off running. They grabbed Hector, they ran.
Well, let me slow you down. So when you're calling out for an active shooter, who are you calling?
We call the code team for AdventHealth Hospital. We have to dial number 2222, and they put out a code throughout the hospital. At the time, I just told them there was an active shooter on the 11th floor in room 1106, and they proceeded to put out the code throughout the hospital.
All right. Did you stay on the line with them and provide any additional information?
No, I didn't. I was scared. I dropped the phone. I don't even know if it hung it up good, and I ran.
All right, and where did you run to?
I met the rest of my coworkers in the med room because it's the only door that's like locked that's right there.
All right. Where is this med room in relation to where this desk was and where you were stationed?
It's literally right next to our nurses station. So there's our nourishment room, and then there's the med room that's literally right across from it. So we had to, I would have to leave the nurse station, go around and make a right, and then it's right there.
And did you enter the same room that Hector Araponte entered?
Yes, I did.
All right, and what did you do once you entered that room?
When I was in the room, I was just in shock because I couldn't believe this was actually happening. You don't think someone's gonna bring a gun into the hospital, you know. My co-workers were all screaming, crying. Hector was on the floor balled up in the fetal position, and he was crying. I just didn't know what to do. At the time, I kept asking anyone, do you have a phone? Because I couldn't find we have a phone that's supposed to be in the bedroom, we couldn't find it. I left my phone at the nurse's station, so I didn't even have my cell phone. One of our coworkers did have a cell phone that was in the room with us, and she called our administration department. She called the DON first, which was Terry, and then they proceeded from there.
And how long were you kind of stuck in that room there?
We were probably in that room for maybe anywhere between 4 hours, 5 hours, somewhere like that.
And so medical staff are taught to do what when there's an active shooter?
We are told to first, if it's possible, to assess the patients and make sure that we close the doors so they're safe. But if we can't do that, then we are supposed to get ourselves to safety as quick as possible. At that point, I think it all went out the window because everyone heard it was a shooter in the building. I don't think anyone really checked on the patients. Everybody was just trying to run. A lot of our staff didn't even stay. They left the hospital because they were scared. Everyone was just confused. Everyone was shocked. No one did what we were taught to do. The most we did was just got to safety. Some of the doctors were even walking around and we were grabbing them and pushing them into rooms. It was just very chaotic that day. It was very traumatic that day to see people crying and balled up on the floor or hiding in rooms with patients because they're afraid. They don't know what the state of the family member was that committed the act. They don't know what the state was. They didn't know if she was just going to stay in the room or come out and start shooting because of the fact that there were issues prior with other nurses that she was not happy with care. So they didn't know if it was going to end there in the room or she was going to come out and start shooting other people. No one knew. So everyone was very, very scared.
All right, and as Mr. Aponte said, there's quite a few patients, or at least on that floor, that there's at least 30 so rooms on that floor.
There's actually 34 patients on our floor.
All right, and are you usually full?
Most of the time, yes. We try to stay full house.
All right, back on January 21st, were you almost at capacity or at capacity?
I believe we were at capacity. I believe we were full.
All right. And so for those hours that you all are and medical staff are hiding, all those patients are going without care.
Exactly.
And those are all due to the actions of Ms. Gilland here today.
Yes.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Gilland, I think you indicated, had made prior complaints to hospital staff regarding the level of care her late husband was receiving?
That's correct.
Okay. And she was not pleased as relates to the amount of care that he was receiving at the hospital?
That is correct.
And she was not pleased as it relates to his level of pain, right, in the
That is
hospital?
correct.
And she constantly requested, I guess, additional medical care for him, right, to alleviate that pain.
Exactly. Correct.
And it's fair to say that Mr. Gilland's medical condition caused a lot of stress and anxiety to Ms. Gilland, right?
That is correct.
Because she loved and cared for him very much, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Were there any attempts made to request for Ms. Gilland and Mr. Gilland to be removed from the hospital? You said you testified previously that there was even physical altercations, I think you mentioned, between Ms. Gilland and others. Were there any attempts as a result of those complaints or that physical altercation to ask the Gillands, hey, y'all need to go home?
No, there were not.
Okay. And that's because they had good insurance, right?
I cannot answer that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No, you're right, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Thank you.
the state's next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the disabled called Dr. Nagarajan.
Okay.
Please step forward and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Come on up.
Step forward. All the way up. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Follow me.
Please watch your steps.
All right, good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the courtroom?
I'm Dr. Ravi Nagaran. I'm the medical doctor who was involved in her care, but most of the care was divided by my associate. But I was there on the day the incident happened.
All right. Now, can you first spell your first and last name for the record?
Ravi. Last name is Nagarajan, Nagarajan.
All right. Now, Dr. Nagaran? Yes. All right. Now, you worked at Select Specialty?
Correct.
All right. Now, how long have you been a medical doctor?
30 years.
I'm sorry?
More than 30 years.
Okay. And how long have you worked for Select Specialty?
About 10 years.
Now, what is the role of Select Specialty?
Select Specialty is defined as a long-term acute care hospital where patients with severe medical conditions are admitted when they are requiring longer than the regular care that can be provided in the acute care hospitals.
Now, when individuals like Jerry Gilland are brought in, is there a goal to kind of get them moved down to lower levels of care?
Yes, all the time.
And so when Jerry Gilland arrived into your group on January 1st, there's goals set out to set him down and kind of move him to a lower level of care.
Yeah, we make every attempt to make them stable to be able to move to a lower level of care, yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review the medical records in this case?
Yes, briefly, yes.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Gilland first arrived on January 1st, and for the first few days that he was in your care or within the care of your team, was he having problems sleeping at night and things of that nature?
Yes, I was told that the patient had trouble sleeping at night and also was quite anxious during the daytime.
And when somebody is disoriented and having those issues, they come in, they're not sleeping and of that nature, does that cause them to have somewhat impaired mental capacities?
Yes.
All right. When people are sleep deprived, such as Mr. Gilland when he first came in and until his medications were set right, does that cause them to have, poor thinking and poor choices?
Yes.
Now, within that early time frame, around January 4th and 5th, was there a claim that he wanted to commit suicide?
I'm not aware of that because I was not directly seeing him. My associate, Dr. Shansky, was on the regular care. I was only seeing him on days that Dr. Shansky was off.
Okay. Now, reviewing those medical records that were provided to you, do you recall that the other doctors had notated that he had a suicidal ideation back on the...
And not that I can see.
Now, did you have an opportunity to look at those notes and see that when somebody all right, let me start this. When somebody has suicidal ideations in the hospital, how is it handled by Select Specialty?
Well, I'm not aware of the protocols that they use if somebody has suicidal ideation, but usually we tend to focus on finding out whether they have a definite plan, or do they have access to any weapon, and do they have an ability to commit the act. So those are the things that usually we focus on.
Now, did there come a point in time that, if you can recall from the review of the medical records, that Mr. Gilland was no longer suicidal?
I'm not aware of that.
All right, give me one moment. So just give me one moment. All right, now, Doctor, I'm going to approach. These are the medical records that have. The record states Exhibit A. And on the first page I want to have you look at. Page 6 of those records. Take a look at that. It directs you to the review of systems. What does review of systems mean?
We go through one by one to find out if they are able to answer questions like, do you have a headache? Do you have trouble seeing? Do you have any chest pain or you short of breath?
Doctor, can you turn to the microphone, please, when
Yes,
speaking?
yeah.
I
Review
can
of
hear you.
system is usual medical procedure where we ask the patient about each system, including are they able to answer questions regarding their physical issues, including do they have a headache, do they have trouble seeing, do they have a chest pain, are they short of breath, and are they able to swallow, eat, and any abdominal pain. And these things are reviewed to see where the patient is.
All right. And back on January 1st of 2023, what was the review notations for his review of his systems?
They were unable to obtain due to impairment of status. Do you know who this note was done by?
No, it doesn't notate who. But these are medical records you would access or review if you were treating a patient, correct?
Correct, but the person who saw the patient usually makes those notations.
Now I'm going to move forward to page 19. Now, when we talked a little bit in the beginning, we talked about when a patient comes and sees you, and other doctors within select specialty, they have goals, short-term and long-term, right?
Mhm.
And looking here at the victim's medical records, in this case, what was his short-term goals?
His short-term goals was able to be make his breathing issues taken care of and able to eventually progress where he can be discharged to an acute skilled nursing facility.
All right, and as far as long-term goals, what were those?
I'm not aware because I was not regularly seeing those patients, but I would assume the long-term goals would be to have him go home.
Now, next, I'm going to show you page 51 of the medical records. Now, on page 51 of the medical records, this would have been notated on January 4th of 2023. There's a note in here that the victim feels very depressed and wants to end his life. Is that common when you have patients who are in kind of this acute critical care to feel depressed and want to end their life?
Right.
Now, when you have patients like this in this acute care unit, are there options for them if they really do want to end their life and they don't want to have to continue treatment?
Yes, they always have options to opt for comfort care where they can be kept comfortable.
All right, so what exactly is comfort care?
Comfort care is to make the patient as comfortable as possible with no acute care like active treatments, but to give them medications that would keep them comfortable, including control pain, control anxiety, and control things like depression.
And is this a way, kind of like a humane way of letting someone?
Correct. They eventually, if they progress to the level where they are still continuing to be in the hospital, a hospice would be consulted, and they would eventually be moved to an hospice facility to have continued comfort measures for the end of life.
Now, was Mrs. Gilland and Mr. Gilland explained about hospice? You given the option to go to hospice?
From what I talked to the doctors, he was verbally given that comfort measures are always discussed in every doctor rounds, and they tell the patient that if you are not wanting to have active treatment, you can always opt for comfort care.
All right, and did they ever opt for this comfort care?
No.
And this is something that would be provided whether they had good insurance, bad insurance?
Yes, insurance does not have any bearing on our recommendations.
So if someone like Mr. Gilland, as defense counsel stated, was in kind of all this excruciating pain and whatnot, he could be transferred to a different unit, be made pain-free and live comfortably and die with dignity.
Correct.
Next. You go to page 75 of the records. Now, when we're looking at page 75 of these medical records, and there's this highlighted stuff, it says acute hypoxic respiratory failure, tracheotomy, these things, were these all conditions that Mr. Gilland was suffering from?
As far as I know, yes.
So here there's notations that he may have been suffering from Alzheimer's or dementia in the medical records.
That was carry over from the previous notes, I would assume.
Now, when individuals, like we've discussed, are having potential suicidal thoughts, or they, like we talked about, they come into your unit and they're already kind of struggling, here, what is the notation of the medication on page 75 that was given to Mr. Gilland to help assist him?
They gave him a medication called Seroquel to control his agitation.
All right, so what is Seroquel?
Seroquel is a psychotropic agent which is usually given for patients who have what we medically describe as delirium.
Okay. Delirium?
Yes.
What is delirium?
Delirium is a condition where the patient continues not to have proper insight into the condition. They get agitated and they have trouble interacting with the environment.
So somebody who's having these mental issues like delirium, is suicidal claims or ideations something that might be common in those individuals?
Not particularly, but they can have hallucinations. They can see patients, things that are not real. They can have delusions where they think what they are going through is not normal.
So to sum that it would be basic to say it's just not somebody that's thinking clearly.
Correct. I don't believe this person would have been able to make any decisions on his own based on his mental condition. The decision had to be deferred to family members.
I'm going to move ahead to medical record. It's going to be page 317 in the medical record. And when looking at the patient's notes for January 13th of 2023, what is the notation there?
Patient doing well, no distress noted on 35% trach color.
What is that?
Trach color means that he's not on a ventilator, he just has the tracheostomy, and it's on an oxygen level of 35%, about 3 liters. Yeah.
And
That only refers to his respiratory status, not to his mental status.
now I'll move ahead then to talk about his mental status. We're going to look at record page 1281 of the medical records. So this is going to be so on page 1281 of the medical records, this is going to be for January 9th, 2023. Did the victim in this case have any suicidal ideations when looking at this medical record?
No.
Skipping ahead to 1328. So this would be January 11th, 2023. Did Mr. Gilland have any suicidal ideations on that day?
Not with answers to the questions provided.
Moving ahead to page 1356. This would be for January 12th, 2023. Any suicidal ideations on January 12th?
Not from the answers provided by the patient.
I'm going to move ahead to page 1381. Now on 1381, this would be January 13th, 2023. Had the medical team that works within your unit cleared Mr. Gilland of any suicidal risks? And for your reference, I'll point to the second bolded line.
Yes.
So he'd been clear at this point. Now, there is a notation here, though, for January 13th, 2023, that a sign is placed on the patient's door instructing visitors and staffs to go to the nurse's station. Why do you do that when you have somebody who's potentially suicidal and you have the visitors come in and check in first instead of going directly to a patient's room?
That's a hospital protocol which you need to speak to the nursing.
And lastly, as far as the medical records, I'm going to refer you to page 605. This is going to go back to January 4th. We're going back in time. Looking at, or actually it's January 5th, there's a notation in here about Ms. Gilland's consultation about pain medication here. Referring you to this line, if you could just read that for yourself. And you just let me know when you've had an opportunity.
The wife agreed to pain medications as per the discussion. She refused to have him take the medications as prescribed.
So she refused to give him additional pain medication.
On that day particularly, yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity when you were reviewing medical records to look to see if Mr. Gilland was experiencing pain?
Certainly sure that there were instances where he experienced pain, yes.
Okay. Moment. And doctor, I just want to be clear. If Ms. Gilland and Mr. Gilland wanted to check out of select specialty, could they leave against medical advice?
Yes, absolutely.
They weren't being held hostage there.
No.
All right, so if they decided they wanted to kill themselves and go on, they could have done that, right? At home?
Well, if they express that kind of intent, it would be a different story. We would make sure that the patient has safety issues with involuntary order placed to keep them and have what we call a Baker Act.
But he was never Baker acted.
No, he was not.
And Ms. Gilland was never Baker acted.
Well, she's not my patient. I don't have any comments about it.
All right. And if they wanted, and if he was suffering so badly and he was so miserable, he could have gone on to hospice.
Correct.
There are options, right?
Absolutely.
That she didn't have to take a hospital hostage and kill her husband, did she?
Yes, I mean, yeah, all the time patients have other options, including comfort care in the hospital without any acute, and then they can progress on towards hospice.
All right, nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning, Doc. You're employed with Select Specialty Hospital,
Yes,
and you've been employed by them for
I'm not employed, I'm an individual practitioner.
a practitioner,
Yes.
but your paycheck comes from that hospital, right?
No,
Where does it come from?
from billing the insurance companies and Medicare.
Say it again?
Insurance companies and the government Medicare program.
Okay. All right. And you worked with this hospital for 10 years?
Approximately.
Okay. How many times, Mr. Gilland was in that hospital on that floor for 20 days or so, right?
Correct.
How many times in the course of those 20 days did you personally see him?
I'm not seeing him on a regular basis. My associate, Dr. Shansky, was seeing him on a regular basis. I was seeing him only on the days that Dr. Arshansky was unable to see the patient.
Okay. But as we sit here this morning, could you tell us, I saw him 5 times, or I saw him 10 times, or I saw him 20 times?
Probably over the weekends, I might have seen him like 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so over the time period in which Mr. Gilland was in that hospital, possibly 4 or 5 times?
Correct.
Right. All right. Let me show you what's been admitted to evidence as defendant's exhibit.
The clerk will hand it to you.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Please review those photographs, and I'm going to ask you questions about what those photographs reveal.
There are photographs of the wounds that he had.
Okay. And where are those wounds located on, that's Mr. Gilland's body?
Correct.
Those are your hospital records, right?
Correct.
Okay. And where are those wounds located?
Well, the wound care team would have documented that in the records where they are located and how severe they were.
Where are they located?
Yeah, the wound care documentation would clearly state where they are located and the amount of severity. Most of them were in the back.
Okay. So on Mr. Gilland's back, right?
Correct.
All right. And what's the medical terminology for those wounds?
Sacral, coccyx, decubitus wounds.
Okay. And are those like ulcers?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the causes of those wounds?
Most of the time the cause is referred to the patient not being able to move, sit, stand, and being on the bed all the time.
Okay. So as Mr. Gilland is in that hospital bed, and he's a heavy-set man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall how heavy he was?
I cannot exactly tell you how heavy, but he was on the side of obesity.
Obesity. He met the criteria for obesity?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so he's obese and he's laying in a hospital bed, right?
Correct.
And these wounds are on his
But
back.
back, yeah.
Butt and back, right?
Correct.
All right. Are the wounds on his nose also the same kind of ulcers?
No, the wounds on the nose are not from the pressure. It is probably related to his procedures that he had.
Okay. So as it relates to the ulcers on the back, they would get progressively, worse as he lays in the bed, right?
Correct.
They're not going to get better, they're going to get worse, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that these ulcers, they're very, very painful?
Depends on whether they are deep enough to cause pain.
Well, looking at those pictures,
Yeah, they could be.
tell the court
potentially,
in medical
painful.
terminology how bad those wounds are.
Yeah, they could be potentially very painful, yes.
Very, very painful, right? And so as far as treatment is concerned, for those kind of wounds, would you administer a lot of pain medication, right?
We usually treat these patients with frequently rotating them in the bed using special mattresses in addition to reasonable pain control.
Okay. Now, when the court looks at those pictures and you see browning on the wounds itself, what does that reveal?
It means it's a scar formation.
Scar formation?
Yes, scar. Yes,
Okay.
scar.
Could you tell from those pictures, is it an infection as well?
It's difficult to say because the infection could be buried underneath the scar tissue, but I definitely see necrosis on top of the wound. That means the tissues have been dead.
And do you have to cut that out from him?
Correct. To be able to see the bottom of the wound, yes.
So who would do that? A surgeon at the hospital?
Usually it is the surgeons or the wound care doctors who regularly round on these patients.
So you would not be involved in the actual treatment of those wounds?
No.
But it actually someone has to cut the stuff out his back
Yeah,
area.
either that or they have what we call chemical debridement, where they use certain medications to take the slough off.
Okay, and then that, I would assume that if that wasn't done in this case, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so he still has those. Okay, and then for treatment, you would give him pain medication and also recommend that he position his body off the wound itself, right? Like lay sideways on the bed, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever see him laying sideways?
No.
Okay. In addition to that, he had a trach, right? And tell the court what a trach is.
Trach is a device where you directly use the trachea, the breathing pipe, where there is a small hole, and the device is placed into that to help them breathe without difficulty.
Are you aware from reviewing the medical records that Mr. Gilland had multiple organs inside of his body, obviously, that were also failing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? She's taking down everything you say. But
Say it again?
he had multiple organs that were failing him.
Yes, he has organs that were failing, yes.
Okay. Mr. Gilland, he could not breathe on his own, right?
He was breathing on his own, but he had to be helped with the tracheostomy.
Okay.
He was not on a breathing machine.
Now, I think you mentioned a few minutes ago that Mr. Gilland and Miss Gilland could just simply leave the hospital, right? Or be Baker acted. That was an option they had?
Yes, if there is active suicidal thoughts or ideation or plan, we usually Baker Act patients to keep them not have access to those.
Okay. But Mr. Gilland was an obese man, right?
Mhm.
Miss Gilland did not have the ability to transport her husband outside, right?
Well, if they absolutely wanted to leave the hospital and go to another facility, things could have been arranged for a safe transfer to another place where they wish to go, not to the house. I mean, he was absolutely not capable of going to his own home.
And so that's why, and based upon your 10 years of experience, that's why they were not permitted to go home, right? Because
No.
he had a trach as well, right?
Yes, he had a tracheostomy, he was not mobile,
Mhm.
he could not have been discharged to home, but that doesn't mean that he could not have gone to another facility of their choice.
Is there any, in reviewing these 1,000 pages of medical records, is there any indication in the medical records that you or any employee at Specialty Select ever had this conversation with Mr. Gilland and Miss Gilland as far as end-of-life options?
Well, I have had verbal information from the other doctors that they did talk about comfort care, and the main issue from what I heard was the patient and his wife wanted him to be able to eat, and due to his repeated episodes of taking food into his lung, he was told that that's not an option, unless he chose comfort care where he can be kept comfortable.
Okay, that's a good point. So Mr. Gilland couldn't even eat, right?
Yeah, could not eat, and his food was withheld because he was noted to be taking it into his lung.
Okay. When you saw him, I guess those 4 or 5 times during this 20-day time period, did you ever see him with mitts on his hands?
Probably yes.
And tell the court what the mitts are for.
The mitts are for the patient safety, so they don't pull out medical devices, including the tracheostomy.
Okay. Are you aware from reviewing those medical records the effects of the various pain medications to Mr. Gilland, what effect that was causing to him?
I don't understand your question. Can you
So
repeat?
there was pain medication administered to Mr. Gilland, right?
Mhm.
Over these 20 days, right? As a result of administering that medications, are you aware of any bad side effects, such as causing him hallucinations and him doing things to himself?
Potentially, all medications that interfere with his nervous system can do that.
And is that the reason that he had the mitts?
That and particularly maybe delirium, which is what we call from multiple medical problems. People can get change in the mental status, which is called metabolic encephalopathy.
Okay. No further questions.
Now, you brought up something, Doctor, about the swallow that he was trying to. The goal of the patient is to reduce him to a lower level of care, correct?
Correct.
And part of that is his ability, he needs to be able to eat independently, swallow
Right.
independently. Now, does Select Specialty and members of the medical care team offer swallow studies?
Yeah, they have had swallow studies and evaluations, and they recommended not to have any feeding at that point in time because he was taking it into his lung.
All right, so you're aware that he did actually have an initial swallow study, and he at the time just didn't do a good job, or he just wasn't capable of eating solid foods and drinking water at this point. Is that a yes? Sorry, just for
Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem. I know you're not used to being in the
Yeah.
courtroom. Now, defense counsel pointed that out. I want to show you, going back to those medical records, it's page 1673 of the medical records, and I just want to show you this treatment note in particular. You can just review that medical note on January 20th, 2023.
Yes. Wife is unhappy that the patient cannot eat or drink and complaining to multiple people attempting to get her way, even though she has been educated multiple times about the aspiration risk by this speech therapist.
Okay, so that essentially means is Ms. Gilland went around, complained to numerous hospital staff that she wanted the study, but based upon his medical condition at the time, it just couldn't have been done.
Correct.
But she still wanted to get her way.
That's what I hear from the notes.
All right, and again, having spoken with the team, Ms. Gilland was informed about hospice.
I don't know specifically hospice, but at several times they was informed about comfort care, which is a step towards hospice.
And you work in, it's a step down from ICU, but it is still a critical care unit.
Correct.
Are you able to treat bed sores?
Are they able to? Yes.
Okay, so this is a treatable condition.
Correct.
This is something that not out of the hands of Select Specialty at this hospital.
No.
Is it in fact kind of a common condition of individuals that may come into that unit?
Yes.
Is it a slow?
Yes, it's a progressive slow condition which needs to be managed.
Now, when you reviewed those documents that were provided to you by the defense, did it appear that his wound care was being managed properly?
I'm not able to comment on that because I don't know what was done to.
But if someone is in pain from something like that or any other condition, are you able to provide medication for that?
Yes, they can do medications, yes.
All right, nothing further.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
Who's your next witness?
State will call Cory Jackson.
Please step forward, raise your right hand, and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please watch yourself.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the courtroom?
Cory Jackson,
All right, and can you just spell your first and last name?
C-O-R-Y, last name J-A-C-K-S-O-N.
All right, and Mr. Jackson, where are you employed?
AdventHealth.
All right, and in what capacity?
I'm the security manager.
All right, now back in January 21st of 2023, what was your role at AdventHealth?
Senior officer of security.
All right. Now, what are the role of security officers at AdventHealth Hospital?
My job is to make sure everyone will come on the property is safe and just do my job, you know.
All right. Back back in 2023, were there metal detectors?
No, sir.
Now, as a security guard, what are you issued as far as part of your uniform?
At that time, we was armed with a baton and a taser.
No firearm?
No firearm.
Now, on January 21st, 2023, were you working?
Yes, sir.
Now, at around 12 that day, was there a call out for an active shooter at AdventHealth?
Yes, sir.
What is your responsibility when a call for an active shooter comes out at AdventHealth?
All right, so we received a phone call from the 11th floor in reference to someone having a weapon. Once me and another one of my officers arrived to the floor, I made contact with the room. I knocked on the door, identified myself as security officer Cory. I'm coming in. At that time, I noticed Ms. Gilland there with a firearm pointed at the door. At that time, I stepped back. She advised to get the F out of here. She'll blow my effing brains out. I stepped back, closed the door. My other officer was getting ready to come in. I grabbed him by the collar, pulled him back. At that time, we got on the radio and notified the nurse supervisor. I got on the PD radio, notified law enforcement that I needed assistance with what was going on at the hospital.
So let me slow you down. So when you get up to the 11th floor, you head over to select specialty?
Yes.
All right, and that's contained within AdventHealth Hospital?
Yes.
Now, you get up there, is the door to 1106 closed?
Yes.
All right, now you were told it was a weapon. Did you know it was a firearm at that point in time when you got
Yes,
up?
they just called us and told us that they saw someone with a weapon. Did not tell me that they heard a shot or anything like that. Yes.
So you still, not knowing what the danger was, you went up there and...
Yes, sir. That's my job.
And so you get up to this doorway and you open up the door.
Yes, sir.
Do you open it up fully?
Yes.
All right, so when you open up the door fully, where is Miss Gilland in relation to the room?
She was on the other side of her husband, facing the doorway. Like, so her back was to the window, and she was facing the door.
And what did she have in her hands?
A revolver, black. I want to say it was a revolver. I just saw a black gun pointed at me.
Now, how far into the room were you when you saw this black gun pointed at you?
I just got right in the door frame. Yeah.
All right. And when you entered, you said she made threats to you?
Yes.
I know you kind of politely kind of abbreviated what she said, but did she use the full word?
Yes.
All right, what exact words? I know we're taught to be polite, but what exactly did she specifically say to you?
She told me she'll blow my fucking brains out.
While the gun was pointed at you?
Yes.
And what was going through your mind as you have a gun pointed at you and someone telling you they're gonna fucking blow your brains out?
I mean, usually outside of AdventHealth, I have a CCW, so I'm always armed. My reaction was to go to my side, but of course I didn't, so I just stepped back and, like I said, I jumped on the radio and notified the authorities.
All right, and who was the second security guard with you?
Joseph.
All right, and as you described, he tried to go into the room as well?
Yes. He was coming behind me. We always responding to, so he was coming behind me. I grabbed him up by his collar, yanked him back. And then, like I said, I had him clearing the floor as we was on the radio, notifying the staff and law enforcement.
Now, how many times did she make that threat to you that she was going to kill you?
I was just gave it one time. After that, I just closed the door.
Now, once you closed that door, where did you stand?
On the side, just to make sure. I didn't know if it was a threat going to come out of there or anything like that. So I just drew my taser at that time and just stood there until law enforcement arrived.
All right, so without a firearm, armed basically only with a taser, as you described, you stayed outside that door?
Yes, sir.
To protect the patients and the employees of AdventHealth and select specialty?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay out there, essentially unarmed, with somebody with a gun in that room?
It didn't take law enforcement a long time to get there. I stated once they got there, I was able to assist moving the patients next to the room, upper floors and under, to make sure that no one else was going to be in danger.
All right, so explain, why are you moving patients to the left, to the right, up and down?
I mean, I don't know a bullet can go anywhere. So I don't know what the intention is. I don't know what law enforcement is going to do at that time, what they was going to have to do to be able to access y'all able to come out. So for their safety, we start pulling them out, taking them to other floors for they can still receive their treatment.
All right, now, the patients that you're taking out, are they in kind of a critical care unit?
Yes, that floor is, yes.
All right, can you describe to the courtroom exactly what it was like taking these patients from the left, the right, up and down?
Well, like I said, the beds was really big, so trying to get them through the frame, I actually was pumping at one time to get the people out. So like I said, you can only get through. So I went to pump in the best way I can until we was able to get them out, and then the staff took over from there.
All right, let me slow that down. When you say you're pumping, are these people were originally on ventilators?
Yes, like I said, I had a little bag and I was just pumping air to them.
Okay, so their only source of oxygen at this point in time is you pumping it into their lungs?
Yes, sir.
Because you had to disconnect them from a ventilator?
Yes, sir.
All right. How were the patients reacting to this?
The one that I was pumping, it gave me one of them, like they said, I don't know if I was going fast enough or what. Like I said, that's not my forte, but I was doing what I can to make sure that I got them out fast enough for the staff, that's their job to do what they needed to do.
All right, but you saw a patient you're helping move struggling to breathe.
Yes, sir.
Now, once law enforcement responds, what is your role transition to?
Like I said, just to continue making sure that I can assist them in any type of way, but making sure that the staff is where they need to be and so forth.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Questions for Mr. Jackson?
One moment. Morning, Mr. Jackson.
Morning.
You said when you first entered the room, was Ms. Gilland, was she standing up or sitting down?
She was sitting down.
Okay, and was the firearm already pointed towards the door area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think you said the first thing that she said she was, get the F out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think your testimony was that you provided some medical care to some of the other patients on the floor?
Okay.
No, was that what you testified to a minute ago?
Pumping air to them? Yes.
I'm sorry, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to today, have you told anyone previously that was what you did, that you had to provide medical care to any of the patients?
I told them that the day of.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I just want to be clear. She didn't tell you to leave the room, did she?
No, sir.
What did she tell you?
She'll blow my fucking brains out.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down, sir. Is this a good time to take a 10-minute break or so? Okay, we've been going almost an hour and a half, so we'll be in recess for 10 minutes, and we'll be back then.
All rise, be in recess.
patient. You can't.
This is, we're looking at that one?
Yeah, no, we can.
Watch that window. Back next to the road. We don't want crossfire and shrapnel.
I'll give it a push.
Come on. Don't worry about it.
Ready?
Police department. Police department. Show your hands. Want to see everybody? Show your hands. Yep, gun. Get back. Guns in. Right towards us. Can I got to drop the suit. Guns are right towards us. I got the suit shield. Drop the gun! Drop the gun right now! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! You got any eyes out the stars?
What's that?
You got any eyes?
I can't see.
She's sitting right behind the bear.
You have the sun on the other side of that. Oh, I think that's.
It's a black revolver.
And a visitor. Drop the gun!
Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
Just drop it! Just put it on the ground and slide it away from you!
Drop the gun!
No. I got you. You can't open from the outside. Hey, here. You want to practice open with this? Can you open it from the outside?
Drop the gun!
Watch out. We got time. Back up. We got time. We got nothing but time, guys. Can we evacuate some patients from the adjoining rooms? Can we do that or no?
Drop the gun, man!
I got a good angle right here.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
Man, hold on. You got to build that on. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's. I don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. Tell me what's going on. Just talk to me. Can you see? Talk to me. What's going on? Why can't you drop the gun? Why can't you drop the gun? I'm listening. I'm talking to you. I'm here. Let us help you. We don't want to hurt you. We're scared too. Reach your mind. I got you. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so did you do it? Okay, you shot your husband, ma'am? Did you shoot your husband? Okay. Do you want to hurt yourself? Ma'am, we don't want you to do that. Can you please let us help you? We can work our way out of this, okay? Ma'am, we're not going to hurt you. No, ma'am. How old are you? How old are you, ma'am? Okay. You have kids and grandkids? You have kids or grandkids? Okay. Do you have any family in there? Okay. What's your name? I'm asking you.
Hey, ma'am. My name's Bob.
I just want you to know.
Listen,
I have a good angle here, so just don't go in front of me, please.
things aren't as bad as they seem. Okay, want to talk up a little bit?
You got eyes for him?
Is it easier if I talk up some more?
It's pointed right towards us. It's a black revolver pointed right towards us.
I got you.
It's on the hurricane. No, I have not called. Hey, listen, ma'am. I understand that what's going on right now is a lot to process. It almost seems overwhelming, but we can talk, okay? From here forward, it's just talking. That's all. Nobody's here to hurt you. All right? Absolutely not, ma'am. I promise you. No, put your hands in. Ma'am? I'm a supervisor, ma'am. I won't let that happen. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what was going on and why he wasn't getting any better. But I can assure you on what happens from here forward, we're not going to cuff you behind the back and throw you in a car or anything like that. I promise you.
Just pointing right out, honestly. It's a black revolver.
Are we going to talk to you about the incident?
Yeah.
Yes. But nothing says we're taking you to jail right now.
I looked dead at it.
I said, are we going to talk about the incident? Absolutely. But nothing says we're going to take you to jail right now. No.
She got
We're going to find out what's happening
it's
first.
a black revolver. Right directly at us.
We got Leslie.
Guys,
I can't hear you.
Clear out both sides.
how'd you get here today, ma'am? Did you drive? Okay. What's your first name so I can address you properly? Or your last name? I can go with either one. Ellen? Can I call you Ellen? Okay. My name's Bob, like I said, so if you have any questions, you want to talk, you can, I'm not responding, you just call my name out, all right? How old are you, Ellen? Okay. So you're the same age as my mom. I heard you telling them earlier you don't have any family here or anything? I heard you telling them earlier you have no family or anything? Okay. Is there any way you can put the gun down just to talk to me? We're not coming in. Just put the gun down just to talk to me? Well, we don't want to see that happen, ma'am. We care. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. But I do know a little bit about you now. When I signed up to do this, ma'am, I signed up knowing there's going to be people that I can help that I've never met before, and I'll probably never see again. And it's about helping people. That's what this is about. I don't care what the news shows you. We get in this job, this line of work, to help people. And that's why we're all here. Okay? What are you contemplating hurting yourself for? Why? I understand that. It's nothing like family. I totally get that. You wouldn't want to see you hurt yourself.
That's right there. She's right down.
Nor do we. Nobody wants that.
Stop it there. Now, Sergeant, when you first entered the room, can you describe to the courtroom what you saw?
The first entered the room, I saw the bed with the male laying there, and then saw Mrs. Gilland on the other side holding a black revolver right towards me.
All right, when you say right towards you, was she pointing the barrel towards you?
Yes, the barrel was right towards me. Yes.
And is that why you kind of we see you backing out of the room on the body cam footage?
Correct.
Now, why didn't you engage her in a firefight essentially at that point in time?
Because initially when I first started, when I had 11 floors to go up, I was thinking it's a hospital, it's got a lot of oxygen tanks and
everything in there could possibly explode. So the last thing that I want to do is shoot inside of the hospital. So once I went in there, I saw her. We had time. We had nothing but time, so I just backed out, and hopefully we could talk her out of doing anything that she wanted to do.
Okay. And did you maintain that position kind of outside the room and with other officers until SWAT arrived?
Yes.
And then once SWAT arrived, you were kind of relieved and moved on?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, good morning.
Or,
When you arrived to the hospital, you were aware that Miss Gilland was in that room?
at the time, it wasn't Miss Gilland, but was aware that someone with a gun was inside.
Okay. I guess that was my question. So when you arrived at the hospital, you were aware there was an allegation that someone in that room had a firearm?
Correct.
Okay. And is that why you had the riot shield or the attack shield?
Yes.
Okay. Are those designed to, I guess, prevent entry of a handgun or a gunshot?
Relatively, yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilland, when she was speaking with the officer, she was polite, would you say?
For the most part.
Right. She didn't raise her voice or anything at you or at the other officer?
No.
Okay. And you weren't, when SWAT arrived, I think you were asked, you were kind of relieved of your spot?
Yes.
Outside the hotel room? Okay. Or the... and when you arrived at the hospital, I heard on the body camera somebody said something about a murder-suicide. Was that your understanding, what you were responding to?
No, what I was responding was just active shooting. Sergeant Ransom had said it was possibly going to be murder-suicide, just off of his training experience, but we were responding to an active shooting.
Okay. Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Sergeant, is there anything polite about somebody pointing a gun at you?
No, not at all.
All right. Did you take that as a kind gesture?
No, I did not.
All right. When you saw that gun pointed at you, did you have concerns for your safety and well-being?
Yes, I did.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may sit down.
And Your Honor, the state's last witness will be Sergeant James Marr.
The board raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Follow me.
All right. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the courtroom?
I'm James Marr, M-A-H-E-R.
And Sergeant Marr, where are you employed?
I work for the city of Daytona Beach Police Department
All right. And how long have you been with the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Since 2009.
Back in 2023, specifically January 21st, what was your role with the Daytona Beach Police Department?
At the time, I was the sergeant for the crime suppression team or violent criminal apprehension team, I'm not sure which one, and team leader for the SWAT entry team.
All right. So let's talk about what is a team leader for a SWAT entry team?
So most people think of SWAT, they think of just one team. It is a big team, but there's multiple teams inside of a SWAT team. So you have an entry team that does the actual entering of a structure or a room like this. You have a breacher team to get us through doors, sniper teams. There's different teams. For the entry purpose, I was a team leader.
Now, as a SWAT team leader, who decides how to make entry into a room?
It really depends on the situation. In a situation with this, it's dynamic. I'm sure they had a plan before I showed up. When I showed up, I assessed the situation, develop a plan, send that plan through my commander, make sure he's aware of what I was thinking, any changes he might want to make, and then we execute the plan.
Now, when you got this call out, where were you?
I believe I was home.
Okay, so even when you're not working, you're still working when you're in SWAT?
Correct.
And when you responded to the hospital, do you recall around what time you responded to the hospital?
Daytime is all I can tell you. I don't know what time of day it was.
Now, when you respond to the hospital, how is the hospital kind of secured at this point? Or what is done to secure the hospital?
The hospital's on a lockdown by the time I get there. There's police vehicles everywhere, emergency vehicles everywhere. It came out as an active shooter as testified earlier, so that's going to get a large response. Obviously, I'm going to go through the perimeters. I made my way through the 11th floor.
And when you say the hospital is on lockdown, does that mean nobody can come in and nobody can leave at this point in time?
Yes.
All right. And that lockdown, does that lockdown stay in place for several hours?
Can I correct that last one? I'm not sure if at some point somebody could leave if they had to. Like, if we can clear somebody to get out, well, we're not going to hold them in a dangerous situation.
But as far as anyone coming in, they couldn't come into the
Correct. We don't want any additional victims and or threats going in behind us.
All right, so if someone's wife is in labor in this hospital right now and their husband was on their way, they can't get into the hospital.
If we're on lockdown, no.
And so that hospital was placed on lockdown for several hours. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
So once you get up to the 11th floor, who's up there with you?
There was a lot of people up there. The hallway was extremely crowded. That was one of my first issues I had, was getting certain people, certain patrol officers, security guards, whoever it may be, back away from the threat. My second thought is obviously secondary victims, people in rooms next door. Sergeant over there brought up a great point. There's oxygen that runs through the walls. They're working on trying to get that oxygen shut down for any secondary explosions.
All right, so let's talk about that. So the oxygen issue in the hospital, what risk does that pose to you for your operators?
I mean, it's a huge threat. If oxygen is highly flammable, you know, some of the devices we use are small, I guess you could describe as explosions. Bullets entering an oxygen line, I wouldn't want to figure out what happens.
So those are all major safety concerns for you.
Correct.
And as you described, you get up to this floor, the 11th floor, and you start clearing out kind of the uniform patrol and let the SWAT team kind of take position in there.
That's the goal.
Now, did some of the members of the SWAT team have body-worn cameras?
They did.
All right. Now, in preparation for this hearing, did you review the body-worn cameras in this case?
I did.
Well, Your Honor, State's going to ask what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit B be entered into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Okay, that will come in.
State's number 2.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Get the paper in you want. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Probably don't want to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get the paper.
No, I've got some.
I'm just going to switch to a different angle.
You or anything? Very difficult.
Switch back to the first video, and I'm going to have you explain some things to the courtroom. discharge. The computer's not being cooperative at the moment.
From my end, it's showing you're not plugged.
Oh, yeah, I have to remove it. It's the, my laptop is just not wanting to cooperate at the moment. It's going to be 1 minute. I'm just going to try the old reset. All right, now, Sergeant Mark, we're looking here on the first body cam footage. What's the device on the pole right over there that's like kind of peeking into the room?
That's what we call a pole camera. So the little soda can shaped thing that's pointing towards the room is the camera, and you'll see that there's a iPad-like device that I'm watching just to get eyes safely inside of the room.
And does that device record, to your knowledge?
No.
And what's the purpose of having eyes in that room at all times?
To know where the threat is, to know where the weapon is, to have an idea of what's going on inside the room.
All right. What efforts were undertaken to have kind of eyes and ears in this room with that first squad?
This was the worst case scenario. This was pretty hard. We're 11 floors up. We're being told that if we go into that door, we're going to be shot. Attempted to deploy a drone to get a view from the outside. Something with the glass was too thick to be able to see through, and then pilot error. I don't know, crashed it. That was the best and only way I could come up with to get a visual.
All right. Now you described threats of being shot. Who was threatening to shoot you?
Ms. Gilland.
And this is now several hours later that we're looking at from when you initially responded. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I would say I was there for probably 2-3 hours.
Now, during this time, so if we look in the left-hand corner of the screen, we see one of the SWAT operators. He's holding something in his hands, like a little canister. What is that?
That's a diversionary device commonly referred to as a flashbang. You can see that there's a little nipple at the top of it that tells me that that is armed.
And so what was the plan that you had developed and that was approved by command staff to make entry into this room?
So I don't want to put command staff out there. I want to say command staff, but my SWAT commander was aware of it. However, Ms. Gilland didn't want to put the gun down. Negotiators worked on her for hours, developed a plan to get her to write an apology letter, I believe it was, in which we were hoping that she would put the weapon down. Our goal was to end this peacefully, no more loss of life. Initially, you'll see me giving hand signals where the gun is. She was not wanting to put the gun down, attempting to write with the gun.
So let me slow you down. So the whole purpose of her writing a letter was the intent that she put the gun down, use her hand, and would you?
Correct.
And at that point in time, when she's doing this note, writing this note, initially she doesn't put the gun down.
Correct.
Now, eventually we see you making other hand gestures throughout this video. What are you doing with those hand gestures, other than, as you described it, pointing where the gun was, and explain to the other operators where she's pointing currently?
So I'm communicating with the other side of the team. Everybody knows their plan, and I'm changing the plan as we go and or letting them know what I can see. When you're going like this, at that point in time, I was telling them this is the threshold, this is the door, there's a bed with the body on it. She's on the other side of it, pointing the gun towards the door. And that's what I was trying to portray to the operators on the other side of the door.
And when you kind of give the signal for entry, what made you, or what prompted you to give that signal for entry?
She finally put the gun down.
So she put the gun down, like literally out of her hand.
Out of her hand on the bed and was going to write.
Now, when we hear the flashbang being deployed, you hear that bang, but you also hear a second bang. What is that second bang?
She shot at us.
That shot went into the ceiling.
Correct.
So she had to pick the gun back up again and engage the officers as they made entry.
Correct.
Some people are going to say, she shot in the ceiling, what's the big deal? Why is it a big deal to you?
Because I don't want to get shot. And also, yeah, so I like to try to explain it to you best I remember. She didn't shoot in the air. She shot the ceiling above us. We're not, now it may be a 4 or 5 feet difference between my head and the ceiling, but we're talking about inches from here to hitting the ceiling. And it wasn't a come out like this. It was, she grabbed the gun and came up.
So as soon as you guys make entry, she's ready to take an officer's life.
So the flashbang deployed, then we went in, then I saw the muzzle flash. It wasn't like it was all at once.
Okay, so let me slow it down. What you explain to us exactly how the chain of events occurred.
How it,
from the flashbang.
So the way it was supposed to occur was the flashbang was supposed to go off the distractionary devices. I might get a little deep here, but there's a thing called the OODA loop. Everybody's going through it. Everybody's observing, orientating themselves to what's going on, making a decision, and then acting on that decision. Whether it's you, Your Honor, looking at me and what I'm saying, me talking to you, somebody that wants to shoot you. It's a constant loop. It's called a OODA loop. The point of the distractionary device is to interrupt that loop and start it back over. So when you don't know a flashbang or the distractionary device is coming and we deploy one, you now have to reorientate, decide, make a decision, and then act. We were trying to take advantage of that OODA loop with that big grenade launcher thing that you saw, which is a grenade launcher. It was loaded to fire non-lethal baton rounds, foam baton, and the point of that was while she was stuck in the OODA loop, we were going to shoot her in the shoulder with the foam baton to keep her off that gun. Try to make entry and get to her before she can grab the gun.
And so Flashbang goes, that works. Grenade launcher with the foam round, what happens with that?
It fails.
When that fails, what happens next in the room?
I had the grenade launcher pulled out. I pushed in with lethal force. She was holding the gun, after the rounds fired and everything, kind of like this. Not like this, but like this towards the body. I gave her a bunch of orders to drop the gun, wasn't complying at first. I ordered that grenade launcher back up, hoping that we remedied the issue. It failed again. Continued to give her orders. She eventually put the gun down. I just still didn't feel 100% sending my guys in and going in to grab her. She's already grabbed the gun once. Called for a taser. Upon taser deployment, tried to take advantage of that period of time, grabbed her.
All right. When does the shot get fired?
While I was standing in the door, because I saw the flash.
So you saw the muzzle flash.
Yes.
Was the barrel pointed in your direction?
Yes. Oh, I can tell you I saw the fire come out of the gun. So.
Okay, so you see it, and it's when you guys are making entry, she's trying to shoot the officers that are entering that room.
That was my impression.
Okay. It wasn't like she's holding the gun, the flashbang goes off, and she's startled by it and just shoots, right?
No, this isn't what we would call a sympathetic reaction. This wasn't, I'm holding the trigger, something goes off, and I go like this. This was, the gun was on the bed, flashbang goes off, she grabs the gun, round goes off.
Now, when we watched, you called for the less lethal again, which is that grenade launcher, and again, it fails, as you're describing. You and another officer, who's the other officer that stands in the doorway?
Officer Eddie Lee.
Now, at this point in time, I know you have body armor on and a helmet on, but you've exposed yourself to potentially being shot and killed at this point. You step into that doorway.
Yes.
Why do you do that?
As a team leader, because I'd rather put myself in a position of that seriousness than to have one of my operators get shot.
So you put you put your operators' lives before yours.
Yeah.
Now, did you eventually, as we saw, made entry and were able to secure her and secure the firearm?
We were.
I'm going to approach what's been previously marked for identification as States Exhibit D and E. As you were describing to the court just a few moments ago, she was being instructed to write a note. That would be States E here for identification. This was the note that she was kind of being utilized by negotiator ransom to get her to be distracted and place that firearm down. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and then also recovered by Daytona Beach police officers in the room was a suicide. Do you recall that as well?
I did not recover it, but I know that it was recovered by the police department.
Your Honor, State would ask what's been previously marked for identification as States D and E be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they will both come in.
States D will be 3, and States E will be 4.
Now, when you're standing there in the doorway, you're vulnerable to being shot or killed at that point in time. How come you don't open fire on her, even though she's holding the gun? I know she's got it pointed down, but why do you not shoot?
We're not looking to shoot somebody. I didn't want to shoot you. I don't want to shoot anybody. I can't tell you why I didn't shoot. I've thought about it, and I'm glad I didn't kill you. I'm glad you didn't kill me. But I didn't shoot. That's all I can tell you. I didn't shoot.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
So prior to entering it, you testified that you throw what you call, I think, a flashbang grenade?
Yeah, they're commonly referred to as flashbang.
Okay, and the purpose of those is to I guess, disorient the person that is in the room. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it described that way. Again, the way I described it to you is the actual purpose of it, to start that loop over to, I guess distraction would be a good word, but it's just to restart that thought process.
Sure. The flashbang, when they go off, there's kind of a light. Is that fair to say?
So what we were using were called reloadable flashbangs. These aren't the old school ones that throw flames and do all that stuff. I'm going to be honest, we set couches on fire by accident. This is not that. There might be a small flash of light, but it's not like you're thinking, if you're thinking of the old ones.
Would you agree that they, I guess, overwhelm the person's, I guess, vision and hearing? Like it's a loud bang?
No. So actually, that was one of the first things they taught us in flashbang instructor school. It's not like the movies where you're blind, you can't hear or anything like that. That's not the purpose or the ability of the device.
Would you agree it can cause confusion?
That's the point of the OODA loop, is trying to figure out what's going on and then make a decision.
Okay. And my understanding is you threw the flashbang, and sometime after that is when the round went off that was fired by Miss Gilland.
Yeah, I just want to be completely clear. I had it thrown, I did not throw it. But it was deployed into the room.
Correct. Someone on your team or somebody with SWAT.
Somebody with SWAT deployed it into the room, and then the round was fired.
Okay. And you talked about using foam bullets. So, like, are they like non-lethal rounds? Is that what they're referred to as?
Non-lethal rounds, they're I think 30 millimeter. They're a lot bigger than a normal bullet.
Okay. And when you say they failed, like, do you know why they failed? Like, was she not hit by one?
So I think the first round went off, but if you watch the video, if we could watch the video again, you hear the click, and he's trying, and he actually at the end says, "Damn it," and looks at it. Those rounds failed. Duds happen. I cannot tell you why it happened, because we took the same device, the same weapon system, and the same rounds out at the next training day, and they fired. So I do not know why that didn't fire.
Was the shot by Miss Gilland, was it after the flashbang and after the non-lethal round failed?
It was while it was failing, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It wasn't like that huge time where he's trying to get it to work. It wasn't after that point, it was during that time.
Okay. And while you were on scene, I think Ms. Gilland expressed multiple times that she wanted to take her own life.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not listening to the conversation. The hostage negotiators are in conversation with them. I'm in contact with my commander who's in contact with them. A couple of times I may have overheard what she was saying, but I'm really concentrated on what's going on with my guys. I do remember a few things of what she said, but not really the conversation.
And the round that went off, would you agree, based on the flashbang and the confusion that can create, Miss Gilland could have been trying to take her own life at that point? And
No,
went
absolutely
off
not.
the ceiling? You wouldn't
No, I
agree with
do
that?
not agree with that.
Okay. Just a moment, Judge. Nothing further. Thank you, Judge. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You can
Thank
sit
you.
down.
And Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses.
All right. And Mr. Perry.
Judge, we call Dr. Stephen Nelson. Apparently he has a conflict, so we need to take him first.
He's supposed to be logged on to Zoom, right? He's not currently logged on. He was logged on earlier. I did get a message. Thank you.
Your Honor, I do have copies of Dr. Nelson and Dr. Danziger's CVs. I don't intend to admit them into evidence as exhibits, but I guess I could provide it to the court just for, I'm going to ask them questions about it if the court would like to review it.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Interlocutor, to be reviewing that?
None.
Okay. And you can approach with that or hand it to the clerk. I'm familiar with Dr. Danziger.
This is Dr. Stephen Nelson.
Well, he said he's handed me both.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah. I'm familiar with Dr. Danziger. I've known him for years as well, so I'm good.
Not locked
No, just,
He's saying he's logged in, but obviously he's not. So.
can you go up to the top of the green thing and it'll click on that, I think, just to make sure. That is not my meeting ID, so that's the problem.
Oh.
The courtroom was switched.
Oh.
It's still her ID.
Yeah, so just exit it and do new meeting, please.
I think that's how I'm going in, but
No, not join, do new meeting, please. No, this is right, leave it. And then, if he is logged in, we'll see it, just kind of leave it. Can you let it again and see if it says? The meeting ID is not. Yeah. For some reason, the setting has changed, so it's different meeting ID now. Yeah, this happened before where it changed the meeting ID lines. There you go.
Oh, there he goes. Good.
Good morning, Doctor. Can you hear us okay?
Hey, good morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize for the technological confusion on our end. Would you raise your right hand, please, so the clerk can swear you in, sir?
You sound
Certainly.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Nelson.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Perry.
Please state your full name for the record.
I'm Dr. Stephen Nelson.
And how are you employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner, Judicial, Polk, Hardy, and Highlands counties.
Please tell the court your educational background.
I have to have a D degree in order to do this. I have a medical degree. I have a master's degree in pathology and a bachelor's degree in biology.
And what professional licenses do you have?
I'm licensed here in Florida as a physician.
Okay. Have you testified in criminal cases before?
Yes, many times, hundreds of times.
In what capacity?
Typically as the medical examiner for this circuit, other circuits around the state, federal courts, and outside of the United States in Puerto Rico.
And what specific areas has your testimony related to?
I'd be in pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is how medicine interacts with the law. It involves medical exam, violent, unnatural death. We're charged under Florida law to certify those deaths.
Okay. In this particular case, and Ms. Gilland, what records did you review?
I reviewed Mr. Gilland's medical records from Select Specialty Hospital from January 1st of 2023 through January 21st of 2023.
And given your educational background and your training and experience, do you have an opinion as relates to Mr. Gilland's health condition over those, I guess, 20 or so days of medical records?
Yes, he has a number of which he's being treated, including real fibrillation. So his health is not in the best of condition for a 77-year-old man.
From reviewing those records, did it appear that he had several organs that I guess were failing him as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have obviously difficulty breathing?
He had it to assist.
I'm sorry, doctor. We lost that testimony. We could not hear that testimony.
He had a breathing tube, a tracheostomy tube to assist with his breathing.
Okay. And did he have also a difficulty, I guess, eating as well?
Yes, because of that tracheostomy tube, he would have had difficulty eating orally through his mouth for the danger of having food aspirate into his lungs.
Okay. So it's fair to say that he had difficulty, I guess, eating and also breathing, right?
Yes.
Could you tell by reviewing the medical records as relates to his level of pain?
He has a large sacral decubitus ulcer on his buttocks. That for certain. Okay.
So in addition to reviewing the medical records, you also have reviewed photographs as well of injuries to Mr. Gilland, correct? Can you hear me, doctor?
I said yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now the injuries to, I guess the ulcers to his back, describe that to the court.
They're on his buttocks in his midline, just below the level of the sacrum, which is the lower part of the spine bone. And they are discolored. They look green in the photographs, which would suggest to me that they're likely infected.
Okay. So the ulcer wounds on Mr. Gilland, they appear to be infected wounds, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it'd be fair to say those would be very, very painful as well?
Yes.
Okay. From a review of those medical records, could you could you tell if Mr. Gilland made like any statements to nursing staff or hospital that he wanted to die?
Yes, Mr. Gilland had said that he was just done with living and was looking forward to dying, wanted to die.
Would Mr. Gilland be a candidate for hospice care?
Yes, he would.
Okay. And why do you have that opinion?
Hospice care is for the typically the last 6 months. It's a Medicare program that's paid for by to be enrolled in Medicare, and you have to be into a grant as such, but it typically takes care of comfort care measures, not curative type, but of palliative comfort care measures at the end of life.
Given the injuries that you saw on Mr. Gilland's body and obviously the trach, would Miss Gilland be able to care for him in those conditions?
This decubitus ulcer, they're very difficult to heal. Headbound, as Mr. Gilland was, and they are difficult to heal because they are pressure sores or pressure ulcers, and it's the weight of Mr. Gilland's body on those sores from healing.
As it relates to those ulcers, do you have an opinion as it relates to were the ulcers getting better or are they getting worse?
I would need additional information, but as I say, these are not something that typically heal, that takes a long period of time, and even under the best of nursing care, heal. Just based on where they are, based on the photographs, are.
Doctor, do you have an alternate microphone? You've been cutting in and out since you started, and it's getting worse.
No, ma'am, I do not have an alternate microphone.
Dr. Nelson, do you have, again, any opinion as it relates to Mr. Gilland, his, over those 20 days, was it getting worse or worse for him or better?
Oh, it's not getting better. Mr. Gilland is getting worse, and he's certainly not getting better based on the conditions that he's had that probably lasted a lifetime.
Thank you so much.
All right, good morning, Dr. Nelson.
Hey, good morning.
You've had an opportunity to review all the medical records, correct?
Yes.
All right, and so when you reviewed those medical records, when Mr. Gilland was first admitted, he was kind of suffering from delirium, right?
Yes.
All right, and that affects your ability to rationally think.
Yes.
And that takes, even with medication, it takes a few days for that to get under control, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that would explain when you look at the medical records how when he's admitted on the first, he's got delirium, he has suicidal ideations by the 4th and the 5th, but once medical professionals give him the Seroquel and other drugs, by the 6th, he's no longer suicidal. Is that accurate?
That question sounded like a statement to me.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, and then from the 6th on, does he ever have any other suicidal ideations in the medical records?
Not in the medical records, no.
Okay, so basically for almost 2 weeks prior to his murder, nothing. No suicidal ideations.
Nothing is documented, no.
Now, we talked about, defense counsel talked with you a little bit about the ulcers and how they're extremely painful. Hospitals have the ability to mitigate that pain, is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your microphone breaks up. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, and was there anything in the medical records that led you to believe that he was not receiving adequate pain management for those ulcers?
There's nothing in the record.
Okay. And as far as hospice is concerned, it's free, right?
It's paid for by Medicare, yes.
All right, and it's a humane way to die when you're at the end of your life and the quality of your life is declining.
Yes.
Nothing further.
No regret.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Nelson. You're free to go.
All right, thanks, everybody.
All right, who's your next witness?
Dr. Danziger?
So before I raise your right hand, be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Then can you please follow me?
And good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Please watch your steps. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Doctor, please state your full name for the record.
Jeffrey A. Danziger, D-A-N-Z-I-G-E-R.
And how are you employed?
I am a psychiatrist.
Okay. Can you please tell the court about your educational background?
After graduating high school in South Florida, I attended Harvard College, Cambridge, Mass., graduating with my bachelor's degree in biology in 1978. I then came to the University of Miami School of Medicine, and I received my MD in 1982. I then went to Washington University, St. Louis, where I completed my internship and residency in psychiatry, completing my residency training in 1986. I spent 1 year on the faculty of the medical school, and then in 1987 returned to my home state of Florida, and I've been in Central Florida now for nearly 38 years. I have an office practice in Maitland, Florida, right off exit 90 of I-4, just north of Orlando. I am board certified by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 4 specialties: psychiatry, addiction psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and geriatric psychiatry. And while I maintain an office practice in Maitland, a general psych practice, I also practice in the realm of forensic psychiatry.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry, forensic simply refers to interaction with the legal system. So as a forensic psychiatrist, I'm asked to offer opinions to lawyers, judges, juries about people's mental state as it applies to some legal situation. It might be a criminal case, such as the matter today, might be a civil case, might be a probate case involving a will contest, or might be a fitness for duty assessment. So it's simply offering opinions about people's mental and emotional state in a legal setting.
And you testified in criminal cases, civil cases, and also have you testified in federal court as well?
I have. I've testified throughout the state of Florida, essentially from Key West to Pensacola, and I've also testified and been qualified to do so in federal courts throughout the state.
Okay. As it relates to Ms. Gilland's case, how were you involved?
I was asked to see her by your office shortly after her arrest on these charges. And initially I was asked to evaluate her. It was in early February 2023 regarding her mental state at the time, what psychiatric disorders she suffered from, the risk of violence, and initially it was also with regard to whether she would be safe to be released into the community on bond, which ultimately was granted by the court.
And when conducting that evaluation of Ms. Gilland, did you take into account her medical history?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the court what is Ms. Gilland's medical history?
Ms. Gilland has a complex medical history. She has a number of chronic illnesses, meaning they've been present for many years, and that includes diabetes, severe osteoarthritis, hyperlipidemia, reflux disease, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. In addition, she has a history of breast cancer. First bout was 1979 with a mastectomy and reconstructive surgery. There was a recurrence of breast cancer in 2018, which again required a mastectomy and further treatment by oncologists. Further complicating her history are multiple orthopedic procedures. I believe she has an artificial hip on the left, a pin in the right hip. She has rods in both femurs, and I believe she had a right knee replacement. So because of that, she walks or ambulates very slowly with a walker. There are elements of chronic pain, and because of the arthritis and the various orthopedic procedures, it interferes with her sleep. So this is someone who's now 78 years old and has a complicated medical history.
When doing the psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Gilland, do you also ask her questions as it relates to her substance abuse history at all?
Yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, does Ms. Gilland have any substance abuse issues whatsoever?
No, there was no history of any issues with the abuse of alcohol, no histories with the use of street drugs, no history of the misuse of prescription medications. To be precise, she might occasionally use a CBD gummy to help with sleep and pain, but all of that was legal and authorized. And those only perhaps twice a month. So no history of substance use disorders.
Did she have any psychiatric history whatsoever?
Nothing prior to 2023. This was someone who had not otherwise suffered from depression, psychiatric hospitalizations, mental illness, suicide attempts, violent or aggressive behavior. What took place in late 2022, early 2023 was a first episode of mental illness.
Okay. Did you perform a mental status examination upon her when you're doing the psychiatric evaluation?
Yes.
Okay, and what did that reveal?
What it revealed, by the time I saw her on February 5, she was in better shape than she had been. The suicidal intention and plans had passed. She was generally cooperative and pleasant, about 4 feet 9 inches tall, elderly, ambulating with a walker, moving very slowly, sad but not despondent, cooperative and pleasant, normal speech, motor behavior was normal, her flow of thought was logical, sequential, and coherent, no auditory, visual, or tactile hallucinations, no paranoia or any other delusions, sad, unhappy at her circumstances, grieving the death of her spouse, cognitive, not agitated, irritable, hostile. Her cognitive abilities were intact. One of the things I checked for, she was 76 at the time, were there any signs of dementia, cognitive impairment, perhaps some very slight difficulties with memory, but essentially she was cognitively intact and not demented.
Did you, when doing this evaluation, did you also conduct a risk assessment at the time?
I did.
And what did that reveal?
Essentially, what I opined and testified before, I believe it was Judge Foxman, was that this was unlikely to occur again, that in her present mental state, the risk of future violence was low based on demographic factors, her medical condition, her psychiatric state. And indeed, my understanding is she's been on bond for, I believe, 23 months now with no recurrence, so suggested that my opinion in that matter was accurate. Of course, nobody can say there's zero risk, but I opine that the risk of her being released into the community, into a setting where she could reside in the community, the risk would be very low.
So following that evaluation, did you also recently meet with Ms. Gilland for a follow-up evaluation?
I did, and that took place exactly 2 years after my first assessment. That was by Zoom and that was on February 5, 2025, just 23 days ago.
Okay. And has your opinion changed as relates to Ms. Gilland, the risk assessment, or any of the other things we went over?
It would not. When I met with her, she was on antidepressant medications. She was on an anti-anxiety medication, no controlled substances, no issues that she's abusing substances, not suicidal, not violent. Symptoms of mental illness appear to be well controlled. So I did not see her as representing any imminent risk of harm or danger while living in the community. And perhaps the most important factor of that is she's been in the community for 23 months now. I believe 2 years will be next month. I'm not aware of any indications where she's violated the terms of her bond or represented any threat of harm to herself or anyone else in the past nearly 2 years.
And this morning, you've watched, I guess, some of the body cam videos and some of the testimony in the case?
Yes, I've been here since court was in session this morning.
Okay. By reviewing the testimony today, and I guess, and also some of the body cams, are there any other potential mitigating factors for Ms. Gilland from your standpoint that could be beneficial to her?
First, it's my opinion at her advanced age, with her long list of medical problems, she suffers from a number of medical issues unrelated to substance use. They are complex. In addition to her chronic illnesses that I listed in chronic pain, she's had a recurrence of cancer before. She would be at risk of a recurrence of cancer. As far as I know, she's still cancer-free. This is someone with multiple medical problems, limited functional ability, only likely to get worse as she ages, and that may be a factor the court wishes to take into consideration in the calculation of determining her disposition. Further, it's my opinion at the time of this incident back in January 2023. I saw Ms. Gilland, of course, barely 2 weeks after the incident, so I spoke with her about her mental state at the time. She wrote a suicide note. Essentially, this was a murder-suicide where she did not go through the suicide, ultimately leading to what we saw today. I was not of the opinion this met insanity criteria, and I'm not offering the opinion to the court either then or now that this met the strict criteria for insanity as defined in the Florida statutes. However, it is my opinion that at the time of this incident, Ms. Gilland was significantly psychiatrically ill, suffering from a major depressive disorder of suicidal proportions, triggered by the decline of her husband of 53 years, his suffering, her belief that without him she should die as well, that he was suffering and his life should end. I'm not excusing it, I'm not saying it met criteria for insanity, and I understand the fear and distress her actions caused to others. It's evident from the testimony I heard today and the testimony of law enforcement and the various hospital employees. But it's my opinion her mindset was so altered in the prism of her extremely depressed and suicidal state. Her judgment and reasoning was altered. She justified in her mind, I'm probably going to die anyway and will be better off, the both of us. So it's my opinion her ability to appreciate the criminal nature of her conduct on that day was substantially impaired. And I offer that opinion for the consideration of the court as a potential mitigator to consider in determining the disposition of Ms. Gilland.
No further questions.
I have a couple questions before Mr. Araponte asks. Doctor, have you had a chance to look at Ms. Gilland's statement that was attached to the pre-sentence investigation?
I've not seen that.
Okay. Would that be something that would affect your statements here today, your opinions perhaps?
It could. I don't know what's in it, so the answer is perhaps, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead, Mr. Interley.
And good afternoon, Mr. Intellecchio. It's now past 12.
Thank you.
And nice to see you 24 hours later.
I know, it's good to see you always. Now, the conditions that you described, her health conditions, she had many of those back on January 21st, 2023.
Yes, by the definition of chronic means these are long-lasting. And yes, those were present back then and continue to the present.
All right, so even with those medical conditions, she was able to retrieve a gun, buy ammunition that morning, go to the hospital, kill her husband, threaten hospital employees, and fire around at the cops. I mean, just because she's older and has these medical conditions doesn't mean she's harmless. Wouldn't you agree?
That's correct, and I'm not opining as to harmless. I'm opining as to future risk.
Now, you'd agree, and I think you've already stated that her actions that day did cause harm to the others, as you've heard from the nurse and from other employees of the hospital, that how it's impacted them.
I have no doubt of that.
And just because of her age and her health conditions, you would agree she doesn't get to get a free pass. She still deserves to be punished for her crimes.
And of course, that's an issue for the judge to determine. I know we're here today on a sentencing and her disposition will be determined. I'm not, certainly, and I wanted to say that on direct, I'm not opining as to insanity or any sort of pass. We're here at a sentencing. There will be some disposition which Your Honor will calculate and decide.
And as you described it, because she's medicated now, she's no longer suicidal.
She's not suicidal now. As of when I met with her on 23 days ago, I did not see a risk of suicide or the need for any such intervention.
All right. And that's due to the medication that she was taking?
Depressive episodes are not always long-lasting. Sometimes they remit spontaneously, but it's a wise idea, in my opinion, that she is on appropriate antidepressant medication. I think that's a wise strategy by her treating physician.
And same goes for Mr. Gilland, though, right? He came into that hospital. I don't know if you're aware of this. Did you review any of the medical records as it relates to Mr. Gilland or have any understanding of that?
I've not been supplied with the medical records, but I certainly heard the testimony today that he had a number of severe medical problems in the discussions of hospice, meaning his condition was likely terminal, and that there were references to suicidality. I don't know if there was ever any psychiatric or psychological assessment of him during his 20-odd days in the hospital, but I heard the testimony that there were references to wanting to die, and then later references that may have remitted.
Okay. And so, like Seroquel, that's a typical narcotic that's given, or not narcotic, but a drug that's given for mental health reasons?
It is. It's actually an antipsychotic medication used in the treatment of schizophrenia and also used as a mood stabilizer in bipolar disorder. However, if someone is in a delirious state and agitated, delirium meaning their ability to attend and focus is compromised, they may hallucinate, be disoriented, agitated. Seroquel can be used as a short-term measure to help control the agitation while the cause of the delirium is identified.
And so, as you've heard some of the testimony here today, Mr. Gilland shows up at the hospital into that select care ward, and he's got that condition. He's suffering from delirium. They get it under control, and his suicidal ideations disappear.
Whether it disappeared or not, I don't know. I'll simply agree with Dr. Nelson. There was no further documentation. What I don't know, if there was ever an assessment, as often occurs when someone references suicide by a psychiatrist or psychologist with privileges at that facility. I don't know if that did or did not occur.
All right. But if the medical records did demonstrate that nursing or staffing there kept checking in on him, looked into that suicidal ideations, and there were none, would that demonstrate that he didn't have any suicidal ideations?
Well, of course, the record would speak for itself. If he was denying it, he was denying it.
All right, so then someone who wasn't suicidal on January 21st was then I guess, ultimately murdered then by his wife? Because it's,
There's no question that physically Ms. Gilland shot her husband. I'm not disputing that. Whether it meets the legal definition of murder versus manslaughter, I'll defer to the court and the attorneys.
okay, but understanding there was no evidence, or at least anything demonstrable, that on January 21st he wanted to die.
I'm not aware of anything in the record. I'll agree with you.
All right, thank you.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You can step down.
Thank you. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, have a good day, sir.
Oh, Tony Ray.
I'm sorry?
Is it Mr. Ray?
Mr. Ray, okay.
Step forward, raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Thank you. Please hold yourself and sit close.
Good afternoon. Can you just state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Tony Ray, Tonyray.
Okay. And Mr. Ray, what do you do for work?
I'm retired.
Okay. Prior to retiring, what did you do for work?
I was a building contractor in Brevard County.
Okay. And what do you do currently?
Currently, my wife and I are founders of an organization called Florida End of Life Options.
Okay. And when did you guys found that organization?
We founded that in 2021.
Okay. And why did you decide to found that organization?
My wife and I have always been, we have a very large extended family, and we've always been the people that help take care of our family that's dying, people that have need for care, and most of the family members have had a good passing using the abilities of hospice, but there are two individuals in our family that really had very bad deaths, very prolonged, painful deaths, and after each of those events, the question kept coming back to me, what good did it do for all of this suffering? What good for society what did it do? You know?
You mentioned Florida End of Life Options. So, what is that?
We're a nonprofit grassroots movement that educates and advocates for increased knowledge for Floridians about all end-of-life options, and then particularly medical aid in dying.
Okay. And I guess the purpose of the organization is to promote and educate. What else?
It is to promote, to give everyone all of the correct information about things from hospice, palliative care, palliative sedation, VSED, and what's not legal in Florida, medical aid in dying.
Okay. And so in Florida right now, there's currently not an option like that, correct?
No, there's not.
Okay. What's the status? Is there legislation regarding that?
We are having efforts to get legislation passed. There was a bill filed in 2020, right at the beginning of the COVID epidemic, and that bill never got a companion in the Senate. In 3 years that we've been advocating for legislation, we've had a bill filed each year, and the very first year we got a bill filed, we had a House sponsor, and it was this event that this trial is based on that brought the attention of legislators of the need for another end-of-life option, and that would be medical aid dying, and we secured a Senate sponsor right at the deadline. We have bills filed this year in both houses. The Senate version was filed today.
Can you tell the court like a brief summary of what is the bill?
Basically, it's the Florida End-of-Life Options Act, and it allows someone that is has qualified through the strict requirements that they are terminal to be able to request from their physician a medication that they can choose to take at a time, place of their choosing to hasten their death.
Okay. And are there other states with this option?
There currently are 10 states plus Washington, D.C. that have medical aid dying laws, and there are currently 13 states that have legislation in progress.
Is the bill here, is it modeled after some of these other states?
Oregon was the original state to pass a medical aid and dying law. It was in 1997, and it was the Oregon Death with Dignity Act. And all of the other bills or laws in the 10 states and DC are modeled after Oregon.
Okay. And can you tell the court briefly, if the bill was passed, what is the process for somebody to obtain end-of-life treatment or medication?
Basically what happens, you have to meet 4 major requirements to qualify for medical aid dying. You have to be an adult over the age of 18, and in our case you'd also have to be a resident of the state of Florida. You have to be diagnosed by 2 independent physicians of having a terminal illness with a projected prognosis of less than 6 months to live, and you have to be judged by both physicians to be mentally capable of making your own health care decisions, and you also have to be able to self-administer the medication.
Okay. So if legislation like this had been in place at the time of this, it could have impacted Ms. Gilland's options? Or
I think if Florida had a law, it would give the Gillians and a lot of people that are facing long, protracted illnesses another choice. Gives them having the ability to control your death is very important to people at the end of life, and having the ability to choose to having an additional choice at the end of life is very important.
Okay. And it's something obviously that could have prevented, potential incident like this if it was in place.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say under the exact situation, but I do know, based on studies from other states, that individuals that are elderly and have a terminal illness are generally twice as likely to take their own life. Having the medical aid and dying law gives them another option, one that allows them to take the medication, fall asleep in 2 to 3 minutes, and the average is they pass away peacefully in their sleep in 1 to 2 hours.
Okay. I don't have anything further for you. Thank you, Mr. Ray. The state may have some questions.
Now, good afternoon. Now, you described it that with this plan or whatever that you're just proposing, that someone would get the right to choose to die if they wanted to, if they were terminal, right?
Yes, it's about self-determination and bodily autonomy.
And while there's nothing wrong with that, they would have to be examined by 2 doctors, right?
Correct.
So 2 doctors would have to elicit some sort of testimony from the victim saying, I want to die.
Well, there's a process to be qualified. There's a series of meetings with the original, what we call the prescribing doctor. He counsels the individual when they request medical aid and dying about all the other options that are available in the state and the results of pursuing any one of those options. And he also determines the mental capabilities to make their health care decisions, and this is confirmed by the consulting physician.
But again, there would at least be somebody out there, a medical professional, that would have made these evaluations, right?
Correct.
So this wouldn't be an instance like what we have here where somebody is murdered, they write a note that day, and we don't know if that was his ever desire to be killed that day.
I wouldn't know what the thought was at that day, but I agree with you. The issue is having the availability is what we're advocating for.
Okay. And you would not advocate, though, for taking a hostage a hospital, right?
No.
And you wouldn't advocate for, there was 34 rooms, so 33 other loved ones and families being unable to visit their loved ones in those conditions, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. Let's talk about timing because we're a little bit past noon now. How many additional witnesses does the defense have?
One, Your Honor.
Okay, and is that the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and how long do you anticipate that'll be?
10 minutes.
Okay, and then for closing arguments, what's the state thinking?
It would not be long. I don't think it's a lengthy closing argument on this.
Okay.
A lot of my arguments are contained within my sentencing memorandum, so I want to just regurgitate what I previously told the court.
Okay, why don't we just take then maybe a 5 or 10 minute break, 10 minutes, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes and come back and finish up.
All right, we have recess. Be seated. sure before we, the only thing she can use this to slip up on it. I know, that's what I'm saying, that I can have a girl.
We have no problem if they're staying there.
Pull them all closer, what's that? Yeah, all right, thanks. Two small steps, but there's the main. Yeah, this one is pretty strong. I'll step up on this, so you can use that to walk over there. Okay. I mean, they have to see it. I'll be there. I don't want to do it. Oh, we're not doing, okay. Is she okay to stand? I mean, you're just doing a statement, they're not doing it. We can let your walker behind you if you need to sit. Okay, I just have to be over here. Yeah. Maybe start shutting down power bar, whatever you call it, protein bar.
All right, we're back on the record, and you said you were going to call your client now?
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Gilland wishes to read a statement to the court.
Okay.
Will she just do this right here?
Yes, she can do that at the podium. And I should have said earlier when I was announcing the things that I'd reviewed, the PSI is something that I've also reviewed prior to today.
Your Honor, I know she's about to make a statement, but that doesn't, prevent me from cross-examination. If she's going to make a statement, then I have the right to cross her.
Okay, any objection?
Cross should be limited to as it relates to what's contained in her written statement, Your Honor.
I agree. Just like any other cross-exam would be limited to the subject of the testimony.
I think there'd be some leeway in there for, we're talking about the facts of the case, I think I can get into the facts of the case. I don't know how you can make a statement and not discuss what we're here for today.
Why don't we play it by ear? I'm going to let you cross, and then as to the topics of the questions, if there's an objection, you can object. All right, go ahead, ma'am. You can read your statement. Are you comfortable there at the podium?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
Your Honor, for 2 years, I've been preparing myself mentally and emotionally to spend the rest of my life in prison. When I was first arrested, I spent 7 weeks in the Volusia County Jail. The first 2.5 weeks were in the hospital area under suicide watch. The rest of the time I spent in general population. This time spent incarcerated has given me an idea of what my time in prison might be like. In the last few weeks, the prosecution has offered the possibility of a reprieve, and I am grateful. My name is Ellen Gilland. I was born in Iowa in 1946, and my parents, my older sister, and my younger brother moved to Ormond Beach, Florida in 1949. My father was a building contractor and built homes in Ormond Beach area. My mother was a teacher and elementary school principal. My younger sister was born in 1954, and we moved to Winter Park, Florida in 1956, where I completed my education in the Winter Park schools and Rollins College. I then spent 2 years at Ringling School of Art in Sarasota, Florida. I had a varied work career until I was in my 50s. I worked as a professional photography lab, retail sales and management for Walden Books, and had my own foliage nursery. Jerry worked for a construction firm that installed high-purity stainless steel piping for the computer and pharmaceutical industries. He traveled all over the country as an installer and then as a superintendent. I traveled with him often. We decided that I needed some kind of retirement plan, so since I had a degree in education and I had an interest in exceptional education, I returned to college and obtained my master's degree at Nova Southeastern. I worked during the day and went to school at night. I was hired as an ESE teacher at Mount Dora Middle School in 1997. I also worked at DeLand Middle School and Mount Dora High School and retired in 2013. I met Jerry Gilland in the 8th grade, and we were friends all through middle and high school. We started dating after we accidentally bumped into each other at Christmas 1964 in the old Winter Park Mall. We dated intermittently and then seriously before Jerry went to Vietnam in 1967. He was a clerk typist and was assigned to a joint Air Force and Army command office. He was the go-to guy when the colonel and the major needed anything, so he was able to get to know many of the military and civilian people on the base. My brother, Gene, was in Vietnam at the same time Jerry was there. He was a Ranger and was wounded at about the time he was to have rotated back to the U.S. Due to some lost paperwork, he was passed over and wrote to my mother that he would not make it home. My mother contacted me, and since Jerry was able to call me at times, I relayed the news to him. He was able to get permission to walk Gene's orders through the command, and Gene was able to go home. My brother always said that Jerry saved his life in Vietnam. My husband was a remarkable man. He was kind, generous, funny, and loving. We supported each other through wonderful and sometimes not so wonderful times. He loved to cook and bake and had a woodworking shop where he made a beautiful porch swing for us and made and sold wooden boxes. We were married in 1969 when he returned from Vietnam. We were married for 53 years, and I miss him and will continue to miss him for the rest of my life. We did not have children since I had cancer at an early age, which returned late in life. I was diagnosed with the BRCA1 gene mutation, so I had a hysterectomy. My grandmother and my father had osteoporosis, which I inherited. I injured my spine when I was about 5 years old and continued to break bones periodically throughout my life. I have had a dozen hospital stays with broken bones. I have a replaced left hip, replaced right knee, metal rods in both my femurs, and a pin in my right hip. My left knee is bone on bone and very painful. I am able to walk without my walker, but use it most of the time when I have some distance to walk or I'm going someplace unfamiliar. I also use it to keep from tripping over things like an uneven sidewalk. I have type 2 diabetes, high cholesterol, acid reflux, sleep apnea, COPD, and Sjogren's syndrome. Since the hurricanes of 2022, in which our house flooded, I have had anxiety and panic attacks. I have hearing loss in both ears and wear hearing aids. I contracted COVID this past August and have repercussions of increased shortness of breath, exhaustion, and recurring dry cough. As an adult, I was diagnosed with an auditory processing deficit and dyscalculia. I've always known that my learning style was very different than other students. When I was in school, students with disabilities were not recognized. Fortunately, I realized on my own early that I had to take copious notes of lectures, read the chapters, and pay attention to learn. The diagnosis answered many of my questions about myself. I have lived in Central Florida all my life. Jerry and I bought our first home in Orlando shortly after we were married and lived there for 20 years. We then moved to Lake County and built a home where we lived for 30 years. When upkeep of the property became a real burden, we moved to Orlando Lutheran Towers in downtown Orlando. My older sister lived there, and it sounded like a wonderful opportunity. Shortly after we moved in, COVID hit, and my sister was diagnosed with cancer shortly after that. Jerry and I helped care for Lynn until she passed away. We decided that we didn't like apartment living and decided to move to New Smyrna, where Jerry's only remaining brother lived, and I had no remaining close relatives besides my nieces. My younger sister passed away of ovarian cancer many years ago, and my brother of complications from Agent Orange. Jerry and I rented a house on the beach side in New Smyrna and lived there a month before the first hurricane flooded our house. We lost a lot of our furniture, my portfolio, my power chair, and most of our important papers. We moved into temporary housing and then found another rental near Jerry's brother, Sam. We were there a couple of months when Jerry became seriously ill and entered AdventHealth Hospital intensive care unit in New Smyrna on December 15th, 2022. He subsequently was transferred to AdventHealth Hospital Rehabilitation Unit in Ormond Beach on January 1st, 2023. Jerry had always been relatively healthy until after he retired. He gained a lot of weight and developed type 2 diabetes and AFib. He had a hernia operation during which the doctors discovered an aortic aneurysm. He had surgery to repair that, but also had another smaller aneurysm closer to his heart. At that time, he had a bad reaction to the pain medication they gave him. At the rehabilitation hospital, I informed them to be very careful of what they gave him, and I never said that he could not have pain medication. I watched my mother, brother, and both sisters die of painful and debilitating diseases. I thought I was ready for anything, but not the painful and debilitating death of the person I loved more than anything in my life. Jerry's brother Sam visited almost every day for the 7 weeks we were in the hospital, but Sam was in his 80s and his wife was ill and passed away shortly after. Since I had no children and no friends in New Smyrna, and we hadn't even been able to find a doctor, I was very much alone. Sorry to say, I was bordering on the hysterical, and it was difficult to communicate appropriately when doctors and nurses ignored me or were outwardly hostile. Both Jerry and I were optimistic when he was transferred. He was doing better, even though he had a very painful bed sore. He could talk some, even with the tracheotomy apparatus in his throat, and he could consume soft food. The physical therapy department came in every few days and got him up and standing beside his bed. About 3 weeks went by, and we were expecting the tracheotomy to be removed soon. But the nurses kept giving him food and then taking it away because they said he was aspirating it. As days went by, he became more depressed and very weak. Physical therapy stopped coming in every few days and then stopped coming at all, since he couldn't even stand even with help. I stayed at the hospital for 12 to 14 hours a day. The only time I left his side was to go downstairs for food or a cup of coffee. I felt I needed to stay with him because the nurses were being uncooperative and uncommunicative. An example happened after his first night in the rehab unit. I told the nurse as I left that if anything happened during the night to please call me and I would come back. I walked into his room at 7 a.m. the next morning to see him strapped to the bed with mucus all over his chest and face. He had a suction device to clean up the mucus as he coughed it up, but couldn't use it with his hands tied to the bed. I untied him and cleaned him up. The nurse said that he was pulling his leads off his chest, and this was procedure. I told her again that I would have come back and helped, but these kinds of things continued. I hired an outside nurse to come in and sit with him at night. After several weeks, I found out that the paid nurses were sleeping through the night, and no one at the hospital thought it was their job to tell me. I then spoke to a patient advocate at the hospital, and she arranged to have a cot brought into the room. I located another nursing company and arranged to have different nurses there at night so I could get some sleep. They were to wake me if anything happened. I continued to eat downstairs since I didn't want to have food in the room when Jerry couldn't eat. I bought a coffee maker so I wouldn't have to leave for that. Jerry continued to deteriorate to where he could hardly lift his right arm. When he could talk, he would tell Sam that he wouldn't make it out of the hospital. He spoke of ending his life. 2 days before his death, the doctor came in and said it would be at least 3 more weeks before they could consider removing the tracheotomy tube. At that time, he started begging me to help him end his life. We discussed various methods. The gun he owned seemed to be the only way that we could successfully achieve his wishes. At that time, I had no hope that he would survive more time in the hospital. During this time we were in this hospital, no one ever explained comfort care or offered it in my presence. They may have discussed this with Jerry, but he never said. His gun and bullets had been underwater when the hurricane flooded our house. He told me where he kept it, and I went to the house and typed a suicide note and took the gun and bullets to a gun shop. I told them it had been underwater, and they checked it over and said it could be used, but it needed to be cleaned. I purchased a box of bullets and returned to the hospital. It was Saturday morning, January 21st. We discussed the repercussions we were about to do. He loaded the gun but couldn't raise it off his chest. I realized that to follow through with his wishes, that I would have to shoot him and then myself. I told him that to do this, I would go to prison if I couldn't shoot myself. He had always protected and supported me, and it was my last-ditch effort to stop this, but he was beyond helping himself or me. He took the safety off the gun, and I took it out of his hand. I held the gun behind his ear. I pulled it away and asked him if he was sure. He raised his hand and placed it on my arm and pushed the gun to his head. There was a loud bang, and he was gone. I was already crying, and I became hysterical. The machines were beeping loudly. I put the gun on the bed, and then I picked it back up and put on the safety. It had gone off so easily, I didn't want to shoot him again or put a hole in the bed. I sat beside him, holding his hand and crying until the male nurse came in the room. He was startled and said he thought some equipment had fallen. I told him to leave, and he just stood there. I picked up the gun and waved it around and told him I had a gun and leave me alone. He left. I am sure he was very traumatized, and I felt sorry, but I needed to be left alone to try to deal with what would come next. The security guards from the hospital came to the door. I told them to go away, that I had a gun. Then 2 female nurses peeked around the door, and I told them the same thing. I had no concept of time, but eventually the sheriffs came to the door. I was very frightened and grief-stricken. I was afraid they would throw me to the ground and hang my hands behind me. If that happened, I would probably have broken bones and be unable to stand or walk. I told him to go away, that I had a gun. One of the officers tried to get me to surrender. He told me that patients were not getting the care they needed, and I would be able to plan Jerry's funeral, and that they would not handcuff my hands behind my back. I didn't trust him, since I knew they had moved patients from rooms close to me, and that once arrested, I would not be allowed to do anything concerning Jerry's remains. I told him that if patients were not getting the care they needed, that I was really sorry, since Jerry didn't get the care he needed. I was really sorry. I was devastated and I was frightened. Eventually, I realized that my only option was to shoot myself. I took the safety off the gun and put it to my head. I wasn't thinking clearly and realized that I would fall off the chair onto the floor. I went to move the chair closer to the bed, but it was very heavy. I had the gun in my hand and thought it might go off while I was moving the chair. I laid it on the bed and scooted the chair closer to the bed. I reached for the gun, and that is when the flashbang went off and the officers entered the room. I don't remember specifically, but the gun must have gone off when I reached for it. The officers were yelling and swearing, and there was a lot of confusion and noise. They moved the bed away from me. I had dropped the gun on the bed and raised my hands. A female officer came in and swabbed my hands and face. Another officer came in and said he was sorry he'd shot me. It had missed and was on the floor behind me. Several officers came in and stood in the room. One of them said that I should know that he had young children. I was so confused and frightened that I didn't understand why he was telling me this. I think they handcuffed me to the chair, but I can't remember that clearly. Eventually, they got me up and I asked for my walker. They put me in a wheelchair and took me out. This has been the most frightening, debilitating, and humiliating thing that has ever happened to me. I am devastated that Jerry's illness, and especially my inability to deal with the events, led to the traumatizing of patients, staff, and officers.
Thank you, Ms. Gilland. Mr. Interlicchio, did you have questions to follow up on?
Yes, Your Honor. She needs to be sworn in now.
Okay. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in now.
Yes.
All right. What's that? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I'm positioning. All right, now, Ms. Gilland, you heard from hospital staff here today that you've been violent with them, that you put your hands on them, and that they've told you if you do that again, you'll never come back to that hospital.
I had one altercation with a nurse. The reason I never put my hands on her, I had gone either to have lunch or get a cup of coffee, I don't remember. I walked into the room and she said, "Mr. Gilland has," so I gave him some Tylenol. And I lost it because I had been, it seemed like every time I left the room, they would come in and do something, and then they would tell me about it. Or Jerry would say they were in and they did this or that. One time I walked in and they had put some new things on his trach, and he had mistakenly pulled the cap off and put it on his nose. And I walked in and I said, "No, honey, this goes on your trach," and I put it back. And it just seemed like things like this happened constantly, that I had no say in anything, that they weren't responding to me, and he was just getting worse.
He was there for 20 days, right? 20 days he was at this select care?
Yes, 2021.
And as you described it, you didn't like how they were treating your husband, you didn't like the care, the treatment. Did you look to move him to another location?
When he was moved from the initial hospital to this new hospital, I had talked to them about where he was going to go. And I was thinking about having him move to Orlando, where there were bigger hospitals. And I was afraid that by the time he got there, that he wouldn't survive it. So when they said there was a hospital north, I said, fine. And I had the same fear that if we tried to move hospitals, that he wouldn't make it. He weighed 330 pounds just before we moved to New Smyrna. 330, I did say that. I said 230 some other time, but 330 pounds. He had lost about 40 pounds before he went in the hospital, as we had been trying to diet because of his health. I'm sorry, I've lost the train.
I get it. If someone like you described, you're there 24 hours, basically almost 24 hours a day, you try to kind of stay at the hospital constantly, right? To monitor his care and be by his side.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you.
I mean, you were trying to stay right by him and monitor his care, right?
Yes.
And you felt if you left the room, they would do something wrong, correct?
Well, they would just do something and then either not tell me or I just felt completely out of control with anything. I felt like they were not responding to me, and in fact, several of them were openly hostile. They would come in the room and he still weighed maybe 280, so it was very difficult to move him around the bed, and he would slip down. And so they would come in, and the sheet, they would, two women, one on one side and one on the other, and they would move him up. And they would be so violent that they would crack his head against the headboard. And it was very painful for him. And then they would, roll him around how they have to do to change the bed and things. And so, I don't remember when it was, but he told me that he had a sore throat. And so I thought maybe they had some kind of spray or something that might help him. So as I was going out to ask, 2 nurses came in, and I just said, please be careful and don't hit his head against the headboard, because I'd been there when they had done it. And this one nurse said, well, I'm never coming back in this room again. And I said, oh, great. You're not going to service this patient because you don't like me. And I think she got embarrassed. I left the room, and I went out to ask about something for his sore throat. And the nurse there at the station, I said, he has a sore throat. Is there something I can give him? She said, oh, now you want pain medication. I said, no. I said, he has a sore throat. All I'm asking is if you have something to help him. And she said, well, it'll be Monday. This was the day before, I guess, because it was Friday. And she said it'll be Monday before we can have anything. I know that at times I have a lot of difficulty communicating things. And I don't lose my temper very often. I worked with students with learning disabilities and behavioral disabilities for 15 years. You can't do that and lose your temper. I was trying to do the best I could with very limited knowledge of what was going on about him. When we first put him in the hospital.
Let me just stop you. I think you're getting kind of far from my question. You described now, as I've asked you, you're describing numerous instances of like basically the staff mistreating you and your husband, being rough, being,
yes,
not giving him the treatment and the care, and yet through all of this, you never looked for another location to place him, right?
I never asked to be moved because I didn't think it was in the... I thought putting him in an ambulance and moving him someplace else. I mean, how do you know that where you're going is going to be any better than what you've got?
Now, you're college educated, got a master's degree, right?
Yes.
And you're telling the court today you've never heard of hospice?
Oh, I never said I didn't hear of hospice. I said that the hospital never offered us any kind of other care. They never said we can move him into hospice. We were told that this hospital was a rehabilitation. Now, that means to me that he was getting better and he was going to get better and we were going to be able to go home.
Okay, but when you made the decision, or you're saying now that Jerry made the decision to kill himself, you didn't think to say, hey, let's just do hospice. Let's do it humanely. Let's do it where I can be by your side, I can hold your hand until your dying moment.
Because they kept saying that he wasn't dying. The doctor came in and said, after we'd been there for 4 weeks, he came in and he said, well, I guess it's going to be another 3 weeks before we can even consider removing the trach. Well, to us, they had been saying that he was getting better, but he wasn't. He could hardly even move his arm.
All right, and you understand in a unit like that, it's going to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That his recovery, due to his size, due to his health, it's going to take time. You understood that, did you not?
Yes, I understand that it isn't a straight line to recovery.
All right,
but
and even so...
Ms. Turner, like, you'll let her finish the response, please. If you were finished, that's fine too. I thought there was more that you were saying.
There was, but I've lost it. I'm
You
sorry.
said there wasn't a straight line to his recovery.
Yes, we understand that. It's just that they never said, he's not getting any better, why don't you consider hospice? They never, no one ever said that to me.
Well, maybe that's because he wasn't needing hospice. Maybe he wasn't at the end of his life. Did you ever think of that? That's why they didn't tell you that?
I think you had to be there. I don't think you can stand there and say to me that maybe or maybe not. I was not functioning correctly. I've already said that I didn't respond to people as well as I should have. That's the only thing I can think of.
And so,
My hope was for him to get better. But when they quit coming in and even trying to get him out of bed to stand him on his legs, and he couldn't lift his right hand. He was always a very strong man.
so there was the first swallow study, which is that kind of
I'm sorry.
There's
Wait.
that first swallow study, right, that was done with your husband, where they were trying to let him eat food and everything else. And he didn't do well. He started to aspirate. He had problems.
Yes.
And so the hospital explained to you, hey, it's going to be a little bit and we'll do it again. Correct?
Yes.
But then on the 20th, you were, the day before he was killed, you were pushing the hospital to do it again right then and there on the spot.
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
So the medical records are wrong, where the medical records that I showed earlier today that said you were basically going around and complaining to everybody that you wanted it done and it wasn't getting done.
What wasn't getting done?
Another swallow study.
No, I don't. First of all, they didn't ever explain anything to me. The doctor came in and said it's going to be another 3 weeks. Well, another 3 weeks, I don't understand why I would have been demanding that they do another one. I could see where he was aspirating. The tube was clear. You could see the jello. You could see the color.
And so on the 21st, you went home and typed up a suicide letter, right?
Yes.
And so you typed up this suicide letter that day, right?
Yes, I didn't actually go home to write a suicide letter. I just thought that I should do something when I went to pick up the gun.
And then here you claimed it was his idea to do it, right?
Yes.
Except when medical staff had met with your husband day in, day out after the 6th, every day he never stated he had any suicidal thoughts.
Yes, he did.
The medical records do not show that.
Well, they show that they talked to me about hospice and they didn't.
So what you're saying is this hospital mistreats your husband, what they're documenting is wrong, you're saying and they were aggressive towards you, your husband, you never look for another location, you never do any of these other things, it's just the hospital's fault. Everything's the hospital's fault.
No, I don't think everything was the hospital's fault. I'm saying that I was in a very stressful situation after several stressful years of moving around, being in a hurricane, having my husband fall ill, being in and out of hospitals, trying to get help. I am not blaming the hospital. I'm telling you how I came to be in the situation I was in to the best of my ability. I have no animosity. I was describing the things that happened to me and happened to Jared.
So,
I mean, they didn't kill him.
no, that was you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, on that day, you come into the hospital, and did you see the other families around?
Did I
on
see?
that floor? Since
No.
you were there that much?
No.
You never saw the other
Oh,
patients?
you mean during the weeks we were there?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
So you knew there were a lot of patients in there, right?
Yes.
And they were critical, just like how you described your husband.
Well,
You might
I
not know
was
their condition. but-
going under the assumption that these people were there for rehabilitation, meaning that they weren't hopeless cases, that eventually they would get better and they would get out of the hospital.
And as you described it, you were feeling overwhelmed from these kind of years of unfortunate events happening to you. Did you attempt to get any mental health help?
Me?
Yeah.
I did go to a mental health counselor for a couple of visits after our house was flooded, and I was having panic attacks every time it started to rain. But as far as at this time, no, I was completely consumed by trying to be with my husband and be with him when he was ill.
And the only person or evidence that suggests that he wanted to die that day is coming from you, right? There's no other evidence otherwise. You didn't videotape anything. He didn't write this note. He wasn't suicidal to any of the hospital staff, even though they questioned him day in, day out after January 6th.
I have no evidence. I know that his brother, Sam, realized that he was suicidal. Sam was there at least 3 days a week, if not more, in both hospitals. But Sam has passed away since then, so no.
All right, so you decide on the 21st that you're going to essentially take a hospital hostage.
That,
You're going to take a hospital hostage.
well, I didn't think of it in that way, no.
You're not naive. You're not a child. You're college educated, got a master's degree. You didn't think taking a firearm into the hospital and killing your husband was going to cause the hospital to be locked down?
That, no, it didn't. That I didn't proceed with it I didn't think through with it to that degree, no.
So you kill your husband, you point the gun at the nurse, Hector Araponte, right? And you saw him terrified, right?
Well, yes, he was frightened.
He was, right?
Yes.
And he was in that room for a couple of minutes, just frozen in terror.
Yeah, he was standing there. But I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about my husband and the fact that I just wanted to be left alone with him.
He's dead. You killed him. You're standing there. You're holding a gun to a frightened man for minutes. And nothing is going through your head thinking, what am I doing to this poor man?
Yes, I'm sure that I thought that he was frightened. I wanted him out of the room. That was all I could think about, was I wanted him to go away so I could sit with my husband.
Okay, and security comes.
Yes.
They respond to the rumor. And then they put their lives in danger because they're not armed, they're not wearing bulletproof vests, and you've got a gun to them.
Well, to their view, yes, their lives were in danger, but I never would have shot anyone else.
Okay.
I mean, that's just me saying that too. You're saying that everything I'm saying is just me saying it.
But you were pointing a gun at him, right?
Yes, I pointed the gun toward the door.
Where he's standing.
Well, they were kind of peeking around the corner.
And so if somebody was holding a gun to you, would you not think that they meant you harm?
Yes.
And then law enforcement responds. And one of them was Sergeant Okoye. And he responds, and they come in with the ballistic shields, and you've got a gun on them as well.
And I what?
You pointed a gun at them as well.
Yes.
Okay. They ask you to put the gun down. Do they not?
Yes.
Do you do it?
The only time I put the gun down that I remember was I was at the end. I was getting exhausted. I put the gun to my head. I took the safety off and I put the gun here. And then I realized that, what I said, that I would probably fall on the floor, which for 40 years I've been very careful not to fall on the floor. I wasn't thinking straight. And I laid the gun down so that I could move the chair. And that was when they came in. I had moved the chair to where I thought it should be so that I would fall on the bed and not on the floor. It sounds stupid, but that's what I was thinking.
So law enforcement negotiators had to sit there with you for hours trying to convince you to put down the gun and surrender, and you didn't surrender. And then they tricked you ultimately with writing a letter, right?
By writing a letter.
By writing the letter, they were trying to trick you into putting the gun down so they can make entry into it.
Writing what letter?
The note that you wrote when you approached, it's already been entered into evidence, it states 4.
Do you recall writing this?
Oh, I guess I did. No, I didn't remember writing that, but that's my handwriting.
All right, and this is what you were writing when law enforcement was asking you to write a note, when the hostage negotiator ransom was asking you to write a note to your family, right?
Okay.
And this was the note you wrote.
It looks like it, yes.
All right, you're writing, this is your writing. Sam Hangy, I am so sorry it turned out this way. Jerry thought he would be able to do it himself, but he was physically too weak. I know you will hold this against me. I would in your place. I thought I was stronger and I could shoot myself right away. Now, all I have done is write this fruitless and boring note. These are your words, right?
Yes.
A fruitless and boring note. You've held a hospital hostage for hours. You realize that, right?
Yes. Now I do.
You didn't realize you were holding people hostage.
I realized that there was a lot of commotion. I knew that they had moved people from the 2 rooms beside me. And I even told the officer that I was very sorry that people weren't able to get the care they needed. But I wasn't analyzing things. I was in shock. I was in pain. I was grief-stricken.
you were in pain, you were in shock, and you were grief-stricken, but those are all your actions that led to it.
Yes.
And so law enforcement ultimately makes the decision to enter that room because you put the gun down.
Yes, I put it up and I had laid the gun down to move the chair, and I went to pick it up, and when I picked it up, the flashbang went off. That's when the shot must have gone off, because I was picking it up to shoot myself. I actually had made the decision and I was going to do that. I don't remember the shot going off into the... I don't remember that.
Okay, well, Sergeant Marr, and you can hear it from the audio as well from the video, flashbang goes off in the room. You don't realize it, but it's Tarek Kusami is the one who has that grenade launcher that makes entry into the room. And once that flashbang goes off, Sergeant Marr comes into that doorway, and he watches you pick the gun up and fire it in their direction. He can see the muzzle flash in his direction. Not at your head, right towards them.
That may have been what he saw, but what I remember doing is getting ready to shoot myself. I have an excellent visual memory, and what I remember happening is what I said. I laid the gun down, I moved the chair, I reached for the gun to put it back to my temple, or my whatever this is back here. And as I started to pick it up, the flashbang went off. I don't know anything seriously. I know just a teeny bit about firearms. I don't know about a muzzle flash. I don't know about any of that. I know what I did, and I know that I will regret many of my decisions for the rest of my life. But you're giving testimony from a man that's been around guns probably most of his life. I don't know what to tell you. I can only tell you what I remember happening.
Well, what Sergeant Marr describes is the difference between him sitting here testifying,
yes,
or him being dead, was your wrist moving about an inch.
It probably was at that time because I had taken the safety off of the gun, but I did not mean, I never, ever meant to hurt anyone else.
All right, nothing further.
Did you want to inquire, Ms. Gilland? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat. Mr. Ferry, did you have any other witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor.
Is defense resting?
Yes.
Okay. You can go ahead with the argument, Mr. Araponte.
Yes, Your Honor. So, between Dr. Nagaran and Dr. Nelson, they both explained that when Mr. Gilland showed up at the hospital, he was in a state of delirium. So if he shows up, he's not thinking in his right mind, he's not processing things properly. And then during that time, as Dr. Nagaran said, people can have suicidal ideations. So at that time, Mr. Gilland does have those suicidal ideations up until about the 6th. Because by the 6th, the hospital has already cleared him of any suicide watch. And then from that point forward, he is never suicidal. And even he had openly said that he was suicidal. So I don't think saying that he was hiding it or anything else bears any relevance. Now, Mrs. Gilland decides to go home on the 21st after we've already discussed them from medical records. On the 20th, she's grown frustrated and angry. And as you've heard from some of the hospital employees, she was kind of nasty with some of the employees. She's been known to be kind of put hands on employees to the point where they told her, you do it again, you're never coming back in this hospital. She was determined to get her way and she wanted her husband to get better. I understand that. But they explained to her that it's a process, and they weren't able to complete this swallow study at this time. So she decides the next day, it seems like she's just kind of growing frustrated and tired of what was going on. She goes home and gets a gun. She comes to that hospital. She doesn't check in at the desk. She goes straight to his room, and she shoots and kills her husband. There is no evidence before us that he wanted to commit suicide that day. There is nothing. Even Dr. Danziger agrees with that assumption by the state, that assessment by the state. So you have her go in and do this. Hector Araponte goes in. He walks in, he starts putting his gloves on because it's muscle memory. He's thinking, she fell on the floor, or he fell on the floor, I'm going to go ahead and have to pick them up, help them out. He turns around and she's got a gun. She's pointing it directly at him. And while she's saying go away and she's not making any actual verbal threats, anyone would assume that someone pointing a gun at you means you harm. And he is frozen in terror. He sits there for what is described as 5 minutes of just being frozen, that he can't even move and react to.
I don't think he said 5 minutes.
I thought he said it was approximately 5 minutes.
Did he? Okay. I thought it was, okay.
And so for that time frame, he's sitting there with the gun pointed at him. She doesn't put it down. She doesn't point it in any other direction. She points it directly at him. He leaves the room, and as you heard from Ms. D'Angelo, he leaves the room, he's got his hands up, and he's pale white like a ghost. He comes around the corner, he's sitting there in this little desk area with her, and he's not saying much at first. And then finally he tells her that she's got a gun and that she shot her husband. That's when she gets on the phone, Ms. D'Angelo gets on the phone, and she calls out for the active shooter. As Ms. D'Angelo described, she was so terrified of what was going on, she's not even sure if she put the phone on the hook. They run, hospital staff is barricading themselves into rooms. So those 33 other patients just on that floor are no longer receiving care. They're no longer receiving treatment. They are all left alone because hospital staff is taught to go into those rooms, barricade themselves in. You heard from them. Hector Araponte was so terrified of it, he's literally on the floor in the fetal position crying. It's impacted him so much that he no longer works at that hospital, and he gets psychiatric help or psychological help to deal with the nightmares and terrors that he's had as a result of it. Her actions shut down that hospital. That hospital was shut down for hours. So that means those 33 other people whose loved ones wanted to be by their side in those moments can't be there. That means women who might have been given birth and their husbands didn't get there on time can't be there. Anyone who wanted to be there for somebody in that hospital cannot be there for them. And that is an action she took, and it's a deliberate action. She is college educated. She understands what hospice is. And while she says they weren't telling me about it, she never said she looked into it, never did anything. She never looked for an alternative. She never looked for anything. What she decided to do was take that hospital hostage for hours. When Cory Jackson, the security officer, responds, he gets up to the room, he just knows it's a weapon, opens up the door, she's got the gun pointed at him and threatens to kill him. He backs out of the room and stays posted up on the door. Cory Jackson, no body armor, no gun, just a taser. And I get it, she's older and everything else, but it doesn't stop her from being able to kill people. He stood there and bravely guarded that door, the patients in that hospital, the hospital staff, and stood there as the first line of defense in case she came out of that room. Because, as you heard from Ms. D'Angelo, Ms. Gilland has always been upset and has been kind of aggressive towards hospital staff, and they thought she was going to take out not only her actions on her husband, but on hospital staff. So they were terrified. Law enforcement responds. You've heard from Sergeant Koya. He responds. They come up with the ballistic shields. They open up the door. Gun, gun, gun. They back out of the doorway. He doesn't shoot her. He doesn't fire because they, like they described, there's oxygen lines in the wall. He didn't want to get into a firefight right then and there on that spot. They maintain outside, they're telling her to drop the gun, she doesn't drop the gun. Now, time and hours go by. SWAT is brought in, the SWAT team is sitting outside that doorway, they've got the pole cam, she's made threats to the officers while they're out there. Sergeant Marr, as they described, and you've seen the video, they've got the pole cam, so they're watching her every move. It takes Ransom, who you see in the first initial video, he is the hostage negotiator talking with her, and they can come up with this plan. And the plan is, let's get her to write this letter, write this note, and when she writes this note, we're going to hope she puts the gun down, and when she puts that gun down, that's when the team is going to make entry. And at first, she's not putting the gun down as she's writing this note. And it's telling of who she is when you read that last line of that note where she says, this is a boring and fruitless letter. She has literally taken a hospital hostage, killed her husband, and to her, this is boring and fruitless. Why am I being bothered to do these things? Now, the SWAT team operator deploys the flashbang as soon as they said she's put this gun down. Flashbang goes off. Tariq Kusami is the first guy through with the grenade launcher, and that's when she fires the shot. She picks up the gun. She doesn't point it at her head. She's not trying to kill herself like she said here today. Because that projectile would have been up in the ceiling to the left. It would have been maybe the glass behind her, something in that direction. The projectile went up into the ceiling right in front of her. And as Sergeant Marr described, him and Edward Lee enter, they're aiming down into the room. They're literally in the line of fire. And as he described, because of the range, because of what it is, it's just a little movement of the wrist is the reason he's here and not buried. Her actions that day were deliberate. They were selfish. She is, even Dr. Danziger, when you hear his testimony that she was having some episodes then, but let me go back to the note on that. He described her as, he acknowledged that what she did caused damage to the hospital staff, the hospital employees, that just because of her age, it doesn't absolve her of punishment. And again, like I stated, Dr. Danziger admitted there's nothing in the medical records, nothing that he can point to that Mr. Gilland truly wanted to commit suicide that day. There's nothing to support that. What there is that she was selfish. She took that hospital hostage. She deprived so many other people of being with their loved ones. And worst of all, she tried to kill police officers who were doing their job, who didn't fire when they had opportunities to fire upon her, who showed amazing restraint despite the situation. And for that, Your Honor, I think she should be punished. I'll leave it as the court what the court determines to be an appropriate prison sentence, but she deserves to be punished for what she had done that day.
So the state's not going to take a position on what sentence you think is appropriate?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Perry?
I really don't want to regurgitate everything I put in my sentencing memorandum, but I'll go over, I guess, a few points today. Obviously, the court knows Ms. Gilland is someone who's 78 years old. She's been a law-abiding citizen her entire life. She has from all accounts, she's been married for 53 years. She loved and cared for Jerry Gilland. I mean, like any loving husband, wife would love. I mean, she had a deep respect for him and the amount of care that he provided to her over the 53 years of marriage. No one knows Jerry Gilland better than Miss Gilland. For someone who has spent 53 years with that person since 8th grade, I think the testimony was today. She knows her husband better than anybody that testified today. And she knows if he was improving or not improving. She loved him so much that she had to make this decision for him. In the medical records, there are several, the state didn't call these witnesses, but certainly I mentioned in my sentencing memorandum, there were several times in which Mr. Gilland expressed to hospital staff that he wanted to end his life. Why? Because, as Dr. Nelson said, his health was deteriorating. He was obese. He had ulcers. The ulcers were not getting better. I'd asked the court to review the graphic photographs that were admitted into evidence. Those are ulcers that, and everybody has explained on a level 1, 0 to 10, I think, it's a 10. He is in an immense amount of pain from those ulcers, and I think Dr. Nelson said they were infected, and more flesh, I think, has to be removed from those ulcers. They were getting bigger, not smaller. Dr. Danziger did not review Mr. Gilland's medical records. That's not his purpose. His purpose was to conduct a risk assessment, psychological evaluation on Ms. Gilland, which he did. He testified to the court as it relates to his opinion that she's not a risk of danger to the community. He made that same opinion 2 years ago to this court, which resulted in Ms. Gilland being released on bond. And that opinion was validated by her conduct the last few years, where she reported in a timely fashion to all court appearances, to her pretrial release officers. You have the statement from his pretrial release officer that she appeared at all meetings with him over the course of 2 years. And so Dr. Danziger's opinion regarding her risk to the community has been validated by proof that we've seen. In addition to that, Dr. Danziger gave 2, I think, very important opinions as it relates to mitigating factors that are contained within Florida statutes. Ms. Gilland was under an enormous amount of stress, anxiety, depression. Why? Because the love of her life for 53 years, and it's his last days. And it's his desire to no longer endure this pain. And he's asking his wife of 53 years to go home and to get a gun. She's never even used a gun. She doesn't know where to get bullets at. She doesn't know what she's doing. And she is doing this for what? The only purpose is for love and to carry out her husband's wishes. This is the kind of stress that she's going through. Her decision is not to, she doesn't want to hold a hospital hostage. She doesn't want to cause harm to law enforcement or other patients. She's not thinking properly. Thank God no one was hurt, no one was injured. She expresses extreme remorse for what occurred during that time period. But her wishes are expressed in suicide letters. She wants to die with her husband, and she wants to die quickly with him. And this is the only thing they can think of, I guess, together, how they can end their life literally together in the hospital. And so I asked the court to take, obviously, the circumstances of the incident into account. It's very sad, it's very tragic. We wish this never happened to Ms. Gilland or to the hospital, to law enforcement, and she's deeply apologetic for it. But we don't believe that Ms. Gilland, she's, as far as consequences, she has faced a lot of consequences. So she has pled as charged, accepted full responsibility for the charges. She wants to thank the state attorney's office, obviously, for waiving the minimum mandatory and to capping the sentence. She's very grateful for the state attorney's office for doing that. But we don't believe that additional incarceration is necessary to protect the community, which is one of the purposes, obviously, of the Florida sentencing statutes. Given her history of being a law-abiding citizen, given the circumstances of the incident, we'd ask the court to impose a probationary sentence. With credit for time served, I think she has 40-something days.
42. All
Yeah.
right, thank
you.
you. Mr. Nerley, do you have a sentencing guideline worksheet with you?
I do, Your Honor, and we provide a copy to defense.
And I think it had been reviewed and was submitted for informational purposes only at the date of plea. And I did during that last break that we took review the additional materials that the defense submitted with the additional letters that were attached.
Thank you, Judge. Copy here for the defense and I'll approach with. Copy.
And Ms. Gilland, I'll allow you to remain there, but I just will ask you and your attorneys to please stand while I'm imposing sentence. Typically, I would have you come forward, but I want you to be able to rely on the walk or the table if you need to, ma'am. So, and I just want to take this opportunity to remind everyone as well that no outbursts or emotional expressions will be tolerated. You'll be removed from the courtroom if that does happen. So to kind of reiterate, Ms. Gilland, you're here on the counts that your attorney stated. You've got the 1 count of assisting self-murder or manslaughter, 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm, and those refer to Mr. Jackson, the security officer, and Mr. Araponte, both of whom testified here today. And then you have that 4th count of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a firearm. And there were 6 officers who were named as victims in count 4 of the indictment. So the score on the criminal punishment score sheet is 115 months, which would be 9 years, and roughly 8 months. The state, as you know, has agreed to waive the minimum guidelines and agreed to cap your punishment at 10 years prison. And I first want to talk about some of the testimony that I've heard today. And Ms. Gilland, I accept your testimony today that you've given with respect to the fact that Jerry was suicidal. I know there's no records that document that, but I accept what you stated, that he told you and continued to express that he was suicidal. I think that makes sense that a husband would confide in his wife of 53 years with respect to his serious emotional condition. I accept your testimony, ma'am, that his condition was worsening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I accept your testimony that you and Jerry jointly decided to commit suicide, that you believe that was the only way out. And I accept your testimony that you do not remember staff informing you about comfort care or hospice. I think the doctor testified honestly with respect to what hospital procedure is, but I think it's highly likely that that either didn't happen or that you don't remember it. Also, I accept Dr. Danziger's testimony that you continue to not be a risk of danger in the community and that you were suffering from some sort of mental health episode on the date of the incident. I want to point out that, as everybody knows, this is not just a case about you and your terminally ill or very ill husband, because we've heard from the fact, from the testimony today, that there are many other victims in this case. And by entering your plea, you've admitted to having pointed a firearm at 2 hospital employees. You've admitted to having pointed a firearm at many Daytona Beach police officers as well. And we've heard today that there were 34 patients, 33 other patients on that floor who potentially had their treatment, their medical treatment disrupted, not to mention putting them in fear for their lives and perhaps their family as well. And then I don't even know how many hospital employees and their family members were impacted by the decision that you made. And it has come out today that you're educated, you have a master's degree. Some of these letters described you as smart and patient and kind and generous and thoughtful, but your actions on that date were none of those things. And your attorneys identified in the sentencing memo a few other similar cases where an elderly defendant had killed his or her spouse in some type of a mercy killing where that spouse was seriously ill. And the difference between those 3 cases that were identified and this one is the other victims. And that's what makes this case different to me. A lot of the letters that were sent in and even some of the testimony today talked about aid in dying laws and how Florida should have such a law. This is not the proper venue to make that argument. I am not a lawmaker. That is not my focus. That's an argument that needs to go to the Florida legislature and them only. Now, that's not to say that I'm unsympathetic to you, ma'am, because I can't fathom the difficulty of watching your husband's medical condition deteriorate to the point that he was in that constant kind of pain and wishing that he were dead. I can't understand that. I can't begin to understand how difficult it would have been for you to actually pull the trigger to assist your husband in ending his own life. I do believe that that is what you did, and so the punishment that I'm going to impose in this case is related to the other charges against you primarily. I've heard from the victims today, and I am highly persuaded by that testimony about the trauma that was inflicted on them. So, ma'am, I am going to adjudicate you guilty. You will be a convicted felon as a result of this incident. I'm going to sentence you to 366 days DOC, that's prison, and you will get credit for the 42 days that you've served. That'll be followed by 12 years of probation. The probationary terms are that you have to write letters of apology to the civilian victims and the 6 law enforcement victims that were identified in the indictment. And then this is an important part of the sentence as well. I want you to perform a minimal amount of community service hours per month for as long as you're physically able to do that. I want you to do 8 community service hours a month, so that's maybe 2 a week. And I don't care what you do, but I want you to realize, ma'am, that your life still continues to have value and you can contribute to society. You can even do work from home, like telephone or even via an internet connection. Again, I don't care what you do, but I want you to give back and I want you to enjoy the feeling of giving back to others as well. And then last but not least, there's going to be a mental health evaluation as a condition of probation, and you'll have to comply with whatever, if any, follow-up is recommended. It could just be take medication, but whatever the professional recommends is what you'll have to do. There are court costs of $770 plus $100 cost of prosecution and $100 cost of investigation to the police department, and you'll have to pay those off as a condition of your probation. So they're going to take you into custody today to begin serving that sentence, and again, you'll get credit for those 42 days that you've already served. Is there anything else that I need to address today?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.